Hey boys, how we doing?
Yeah, pretty fucking good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good? Nice. This is pretty cool. This is going to be like our first experience with doing this slideshow thing over the internet. I guess we did the one.
So
We
first
did-
potentially successful
Yes.
experience with this, but we have done
Yeah.
it before.
We've crashed
What
the
was-
bike once in the driveway, but we're gonna get on those pedals again.
And this one doesn't have the factor of Motel 6 internet too. So
Yeah,
we have a
Motel
little bit
6
more promise going
guest
here.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So I brought you guys here today to talk about a little story. I wanted a title. Let me put this go live, share my screen. Called Guerrillero Heroico.
The heroics of Guerrero.
Vladimir and Eddie. Yep.
Absolutely. Latino heat.
That's where we're going with this.
Viva la Raza.
Viva la Raza. So that's the title of our story today. And to set up everything that we're about to talk about, we have to take a trip to beautiful Cuba.
Yeah.
Cuba.
Hey, there's
Cuba!
Gooding Jr.
You got Mr. Worldwide.
Yeah, he
you
snuck
got
in there.
Cuba Gooding Jr. And then, of course, you have the most authentic Cuban in the world, one Vincent Diesel.
Yeah, so you've got Mr. 305, Mr. Worldwide, heretically is Cuban. You've got a man named Cuba. You've got the Cuban flag, and then you've got Vincent Diesel in Cuba. How do you turn the thing on again?
Turn on laser pointer.
The red light?
Should be the second option down on that. Turn on the laser pointer.
Yeah, if I could read, that would really work too. So, perfect. Okay,
Listeners,
so,
we just promise, if you back this podcast, we will get a tutor for Zach, and he will become literate.
Get this boy.
one of these days.
If you give us $500,
One of these days, I'm
we
going to
will
learn how to read, boys.
teach this boy how to read.
That's our third tier on Patreon, is send Zach to school.
Buy Zach a book. So
Cuba,
huh? What do we know about Cuba? Anybody around the room? Anybody?
I know it was closed off.
Okay, so I don't have much on Cuba. Well, I kind of do, but I have more on stuff in Cuba.
It was
but
closed
I'll
off.
tell you guys. Oh, there's been an embargo on Cuba.
It has some
until
of the
2005 or so.
Cuba has some of the best healthcare in the world.
Oh, for real?
Does it really?
Absolutely, yeah. Whereas like the U.S. ranks maybe somewhere in like 27th or like the 20s in like ranking order of like healthcare provided to its citizenry, Cuba's in like top 5.
Nice.
One of the things
Wow.
their government did was, as a socialist republic, was, hey, we are going to invest in our people in the form of healthcare, not only providing it for everyone, but also we are going to invest in medical research.
That is
and
awesome.
So they have some of the best healthcare in like the Western developed world.
Nice.
Despite being absolutely fucked by their like Titanic neighbor to just barely the Northwest, the United States of America, with the embargoes that they've been stuck under for half a
70
century
years.
plus.
Yeah. Yeah. So I have that Cuba, we all know where Cuba is. Cuba is located just south of Florida. It's actually like 50
miles?
miles,
Yeah.
or what is
Yeah.
it? It's like 68 miles. There's always some
Something
story
from the
about,
Florida
with
Keys,
Cuban refugees flying. It's like there's some sort of like tally marker of how many miles they have to travel
Zach, we're all men in our
overseas
30s.
to get to Florida.
We've all seen a Scarface. We all know how
Yeah.
easy it is to get into a Florida.
So it's partially in the Gulf of Mexico. It is said to be inhabited as early as 300 BCE, the 4th century.
Fuck yeah.
It was inhabited by the Guyana Hatabe and the Taino people. They were the inhabitants of the time at the 15th century when the Spanish came.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
And
the
so,
Taino were the people who got fucked real hard by Christopher Columbus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They were the ones that didn't show up when he came back, sort of a deal, because they were all dead from disease.
No.
I think that was the Bahamas, wasn't it?
There were periods. I think you're thinking of like maybe perhaps Roanoke Island,
Possibly.
the island off the coast of Virginia, where
Yes,
like
that's where I'm getting
some
at,
people
sir.
left to go back to England, and when they came back, everyone was fucking dead, and they don't know why. No, the Taino people. I'm not very well versed in the history of this, so I'm not going to be accurate at all, dear listener.
You're the expert, bud.
But they did live long enough to absolutely suffer under the like governorship of like Christopher Columbus, and I believe his son or brother who came after him, who just brutally like enslaved the people and
just did his deal.
And, started exploiting them. And, Zach, you may touch on this, so I'll be somewhat vague. It's because of what really grows well in Cuba.
Sugar?
It doesn't come up at all in this episode. But yeah, sugar. Sugar is the main export of Cuba and of those islands, yeah.
It's, sugar is a very addictive substance,
the West, which is interesting to this next little bit I have about Cuba, is that it was a colony under Spain until 1898, right? That's when the Spanish-American War happened. United States kind of won it in the battle, but slavery was not abolished until 1886. Which in the United States, we know it was like 1856, I want to say, was the abolition of slavery. So it's like 30 years later.
Like 1860 something is when abolition was.
So it was like 20 years.
20 years later. Yeah, that's wild to think.
So for 1898 up until 1902, Cuba was kind of under United States rule, and then they gained their independence May 20th, 1902. All right. That's going to bring us to our next slide, baby. A little bit of Cuba, getting their legs as an independent nation.
I see the most American person ever in the top left.
That is Uncle Sam himself.
Oh wow!
He came to the shores of Cuba to save that beautiful Cuban lady from those conquistadors in those sugar plants.
Yeah. Because we wanted those sugar plants.
Well, yeah.
Real bad.
And if you can read it down there, it says, save me from my friends.
Yeah, no, that was definitely the agitprop of the time during the Spanish-American War. You had a bunch of guys who were really gung-ho to start flexing our muscles as a potential imperial power. America had industrialized, and we had some people who were pretty like eager to spark some shit off, and there was this like little country just some odd amount of miles to the southeast that was
so close,
just ripe for revolution, and we want democracy around the world. We want to be a bastion of freedom. So why wouldn't we help them? Why wouldn't we get one of our most beloved presidents, Theodore Roosevelt, and his boys to go fucking storm that country and liberate them from this totally real, very dangerous empire in Spain that wasn't at all just a husk of its former self.
Well, that and you have America so late to the colonialism game that it's playing catch up in any fucking way it can.
Yeah, we're doing this
in your late 1800s, early 1900s.
Simultaneously anywhere we can, whether it be in the Philippines or whether it be in Cuba.
Yeah. And I was just thinking about this, making these slides of the United States. I know the United States just kind of like, it's a creation of this European nation, right? White people come over to America and then they just like take over this land, right? They get all that acreage, Texas, they like Mexico is a part of Spain kind of thing. But it's like the United States wins over Cuba and they don't speak the same language. Where like it's like in the grand scheme of the major languages and major like sects of humans, it's interesting that a Spanish-speaking nation versus a Spanish-speaking nation was dissolved. The relationship was taken away by some Americans that are like, no, we got your back. And it was a little interesting to think about, like that could disrupt. You have to be really good at talking to disrupt two people that speak the same language. You know what I mean? But so they're trying to get their feet wet as their own nation in the early 1900s. And that comes with the United States granted independence, but they didn't let them get far away. So every president from inception of the country up until the 50s, late 50s, was owned by the United States government in some way or another. And everybody underneath the president was like upset at the corruption. Corruption was happening everywhere. And then people would get upset that they're witnessing corruption. And then somebody else would try to come into power saying, I will not be corrupted. I have seen the corruption happening and I will not be corrupt. And then they end up being corrupted into the United States, granting access to the United Fruit Company, all these deals. So one SOB is this guy right here.
Oh, Dracula?
Fulgencio Batista y Zaldivar. Fulgencio Batista. So Batista is kind of how he's referred to. And he takes office in the 1940s as president of Cuba. He's a military man, and he's running under the Communist Party of Cuba. He is the only non-white president of Cuba in the history of the country. He supported unions and passed many pro-union policies. And so after his first term, he gave power of this new, refined Communist Party of Cuba. He picked a successor, and they did a democratic vote for this person to come in, and they didn't win. So Fulgencio Batista left office. And he just kind of became a military guy, took care of the country from the military side. But people still honored him as a communist. And so in 1952, he decided, let's get back in the saddle. Let's go for presidency run again, boys. So he runs for office again. He ran against Roberto Agramonte of the Orthodox Party, Carlos Hevia of the Authentic Party, and then Batista was the United Actions Party. He was kind of sliding away from his communist roots. So Agramonte led in the polls, and then when Batista found that out, he staged a military coup against the government and nullified the election and declared himself the president of Cuba.
And he just so happened to have a bunch of cash and weapons that, would be, very easily identifiable as American.
Yeah. No, so I literally wrote it right here. He staged a coup d'etat against the government that was definitely not backed by the United States in any way whatsoever.
Not backed by the CIA. They weren't there. They were on vacation.
And it was not crazy that the first country to observe Batista's Cuba as a nation was the United States to kind of co-opt that it's a real government now and that you could do it by a coup. That's not interesting at all.
A real fucking quinky dink, as we say.
It's a real quinky dink. So this guy takes power. Batista takes power, and he is in power for all of 1 year because the Cubans didn't like that. The people. He made it to like how this guy.
Well, you're telling me that America
was there like a bomb in the cupcake? Like, congrats, you made it 1 year. Here's your coupons.
You're telling me the Central Intelligence Agency, the clandestine arm of the American military-industrial complex, would back a guy who might be a little bloodthirsty, ruthless,
willing to take your money.
It's like really eye-opening, isn't it?
The end. Yeah. We're not those kind of people. Rather than a genuine socialist and person of the people who has the nation's best interest at heart, and not the corporate interests of America.
Oh no. Yeah. Absolutely not.
You're speaking proper English.
We've never done a corrupt regime change ever, Taylor.
Never once.
Never once.
It's almost like communism always fails when the government of the United States gets involved. So the people see this happening, and that leads us to the Cuban Revolution.
Yay! It was a good time to wear khaki and green.
Oh,
it was such a good time to wear khaki and green and speak Spanish.
It was such a good time to have a
great time.
Yeah. It was a fantastic time to smoke cigars.
This is like fucking.
Just wait till I got to our Stogie Boy later.
I know the reality of it is far from this, but the pictures you've chosen make it seem like it's a fucking church retreat camp. Like, ride some horses.
I went with two boat pics. I don't know.
Go on a boat.
Yeah, we're
Get
gonna
off
go
a
jet
boat.
skiing.
Hey, look, they're having water activities, and everyone's cheering around, having their guns in the air.
Hey, we're doing rum distillery tours now. It's fucking great.
So, Batista enters office in 1952 by way of a coup. And in July of 1953, excuse me, a movement led by Fidel Castro on the barracks of an army in Santiago, Cuba. This was like a bombing of the barracks, and it was known as the 26th of July movement. And this got Fidel into some hot water, baby. Turns out Batista did not like the idea of someone coming at him. So he locks up Fidel Castro, but then he's sentenced to 15 years, but ended up only spending 2 years in prison. And this is where Fidel learned and started reading about Marx, Lenin, Freud, and Kant. And he had so many supporters, because the people of Cuba did not like Batista here, that his supporters protested for him to get amnesty out of the country. As long as he never came back to Cuba again, would it be cool if you get him out of prison? And the Batista administration believed that was going to be good press for him. So they let it happen, and he left Havana and went to Mexico.
Never once has a successful military leader ever made it back out of exile. That's never happened before. Never once.
No,
never.
It's finished business. It's obviously finished business. So
done.
Why would I need to return?
Done.
But it is the classic story. I mean, you know, to become a good old Fidel Castro, the man on the T-shirt. You know,
well,
like
he's not the man on the T-shirt, but
oh no, oh yeah, I'm mixing up a Che
that
Guevara.
would be Che Guevara.
Oops.
Yeah. So
the Trotsky of Cuba.
Fidel leads on this boat here. This is so the we'll start with the images we have here. That's Fidel.
Yeah.
Circled up here, Fidel and his boom boom stick. Then you have the march in Cuba. Everybody in their Cuban flags on their horses. And then you have this yacht. This yacht is something that Fidel purchased. It's called the Grandma. He purchased that in Mexico and used it to bring 82 rebels from Veracruz, Mexico, back to Cuba in 1956. This boat is supposed to hold maybe 6 or 7 people, but he brought 82 people. When they ended up,
he turned like a pleasure yacht into a military vessel.
Yes,
technical.
Yes. They really
doesn't. I don't. It's got to have some sort.
I don't know if boats can be technicals. I think it has to be a land-based vehicle. I'm not an expert on the subject, but I don't know. There's probably, much like anything, when it becomes naval, it gets its own fucking special fancy term.
True.
Like
once
left and
it touches
right.
water, it's weird.
Yeah, once you're on a boat, it's no longer left and right. It's port and starboard. So my inclination is that they do have a version of a technical when it comes to the boat world, but it's got a fancy naval name.
Yeah. Sorry to distract.
So this is just the beginning of the Cuban Revolution, which went on for 3 years, and I'm not spending my time on the Cuban Revolution. This is just another lily pad we're stepping on to get to the next point. So when the rebels landed in Cuba, they head to the Sierra Maestra Mountains, and this is where Batista and his men found the rebels and murdered 60 of the 82 people off of that boat. Other 22 survivors was Fidel and Raul Castro, Camilo Cienfuegos, I guess that's another revolutionary person, and this Argentinian doctor. So they would recruit people, and under the disguise of, we're the next best thing. We know how the frustration of the people. They were able to gather guerrilla warriors throughout all of Cuba, and it led to Fidel Castro overtaking the government, staging another coup, and taking over the government of Cuba. So there's some fun, I guess wartime things that happened over that course. I wrote these down because I was really getting heavily involved in the Cuban Revolution, and I realized it doesn't really pertain much to the rest of the slideshow.
Super fascinating, though. Fidel Castro pulled a Napoleon Bonaparte.
Yeah,
he was an ousted
member of politics.
Well, Napoleon ran the country for a hot minute, and then was like, "Hey, we should take over all of it," and then that didn't go great the first time, and so then we're going to banish you to the island of Elba, and then he just is so charismatic and has the hearts of the people that he got his ass off of Elba back into mainland France, and just started with, much like a Fidel Castro, a group of a couple like dozen dudes, and like
Wouldn't you
just
know it?
slowly but surely builds an army and becomes the leader of the country again.
Yeah. Real good at talking. You got to be real good at talking.
Yeah.
The Riz on that motherfucker.
The Riz on that SOB. So Batista was kind of a bad guy. Let me read through these notes here. Leading up to the 26th of July, when they took over the government office, there were a lot of different parties trying to make their stance against Batista. One was the Student Revolutionary Directorate. They stormed the presidential palace of Havana in attempts to kill Batista, and they didn't do it. They didn't get him. So the 4 surviving people that got away from this attack were found a week later dead in a hotel room by like police. Then there was Frank Paes, P-A-I-S, Frank Paes. He was a revolutionary organizer, and Santiago police had him and his brother killed. So Raul Castro named his guerrilla unit after this guy, and this was the unit that ended up taking over the government building.
In Havana?
In Havana, yeah. And Frank's death led to a citywide strike. The largest strike in Cuban history occurred the day that they found out he was murdered by the state. People walked out of their jobs in protest. So Cuba was in an election year. They held the election. Everyone voted, and the U.S. decided that it was not going to recognize the elected government led by the winner, Riviero Aguero. They told Batista he should retire because he can obviously not take care of all the business that is going on in Cuba with the rebels and Fidel Castro.
Hey, man, you keep losing elections.
Yeah.
You really should, stop being a politician.
Yeah. And at the night of December 31st, 1958, he retired and fled the island. It seemed that the people also wanted his head too. So he left, and people believed that he fled to Mexico, but he couldn't get amnesty in several different Latin American countries. And I didn't put here where he ended up landing because Batista is not the main character here. But on January 8th, the Castro Party movement took claim of the office. So just 7 days of lawless government that the United States was taking care of, and then the United States recognized Fidel Castro's government. Okay, that leads us to the next slide here. So that's a briefing on the Cuban Revolution. Fidel Castro throws his donger on the table, and everybody claps. This leads us to post-revolution. This is 1960. The country is now led by Prime Minister Fidel Castro. A few presidents have come and gone before and after, but Fidel runs the show. Oh, actually, yeah, okay. So on March 1st, 1960, a French freighter called La Coubre was holding 76 tons of grenades and ammunitions in Havana, Cuba, when it began to catch a blaze.
Oh, no.
It burned for 30 minutes before it exploded at 3:10. During those 30 minutes, that Argentinian doctor ran into the flames and saved lives from the ship. He made 2 trips and then began to give medical attention once the ships had blown up and the dock was in shambles. Between 75 and 100 shipmen were killed, 200 injured. Of the dead, 27 were dock workers. So the next day is when this picture is taken here on the left. You have Fidel Castro and some other high-ranking officers in Cuba are giving a speech for the 27 dock workers that died in the explosion. As you can see, this is a photo of up here on the top.
Is that the boat that exploded?
The boat's on fire. Not supposed to be doing that.
Yeah, not typically.
Fire on the water is always very bad.
Yeah.
You think, the water, it's the best place to be on fire, but it really isn't. It's just the worst place to be on fire because there's nowhere else to go.
But you're surrounded by so much water.
When your house is on fire, you can go outside the house. You can't go outside
Yeah,
the boat.
no, yeah.
And then you also have post-explosion, everybody looking around like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, this looks like it took out some of the dock as well if it had that much like munitions in it and everything else.
Oh yeah, that was probably a big boom that some guy who definitely didn't get trained in Quantico, Virginia, had made happen.
Well, we all saw the thing that happened in Beirut like a couple years ago, and even if it's like 10th of that, like still your harbor's fucked.
I guess even if this was not
big
caused, if this just happened, and wasn't
This
caused.
Oh,
so
was
this
this caused?
was of great debate. Was Fidel, when he went up to give this speech, was given the business to the United States, said that this is obviously the United States not recognizing Castro's communist government, so they're trying to, shoot across our bow, so to speak.
I mean, this
and
isn't
cause
like
trouble.
It's saying like he, didn't survive over 600 attempts on his life.
Oh yeah.
Courtesy
Quotation,
of Uncle
like
Sam.
it could just be like some dude thought he could punch him to death and he missed, and then he's like, I guess the assassination attempt.
Yeah, like,
was
do you
foiled
really
again.
think Rick back at the CIA has a big whiteboard of failed Castro assassination attempts? Like,
At least, like, it's roughly estimated based off of, like, things that have now become, like, Freedom of Information Act accessible, that Fidel Castro survived roughly 600 plus attempts on his life, orchestrated by the United States of America.
and this doesn't include the other shit where like they wanted him to ingest some chemical to make his hair fall out. Like there was humiliation things on top of like assassination.
They would, they'd like, I don't know, like put some poison on an envelope that when he licked it, it'd turn him gay or some shit.
There was
that was
one
the era of the CIA at that
Yeah.
point.
They would hire ladies to go take him home or something like that, and he would be onto it, and he would like give them a gun for them to kill themselves, and like either you leave or you shoot yourself here right now, type of deal.
Yeah. So I'm just
You
saying,
know, word has it.
if there's a subject matter expert on, hey, I think the Americans are trying to kill us, I would posit that Fidel Castro might be the leading subject matter expert on that particular
Although,
I've never
field.
thought about it like this, but he's almost like a Mr. Magoo. Like he's just going.
Yeah.
He has to go through his days
Yeah.
avoiding like. No, I'm not.
Exploding
I-
cigars,
Bars.
poisoned rum.
Some guy behind you takes like a bite out of the bowl of M&Ms and falls dead behind you.
I'm so convinced that so many people died in car accidents
Yeah.
that like so many various cars in Cuba got their brakes cut that like
They thought it was Castro's
did
car.
not belong to Fidel Castro.
Well, in his defense too, like Fidel kind of blends into a crowd of patchy facial hair dudes.
No, I can point him
Fidel
out.
kind of looks like a bunch of guys.
Now he's pretty recognizable. He
But
wears
at
the
the
same
same-
hat
there's
every
four
time.
Fidel Castros in the front row of this image right here.
Well, that and I assume with any leader like that, you have body doubles. After
Yeah.
the first couple attempts
You'd
at
hope,
this,
yeah.
and, even if you aren't like that kind of paranoid, you kind of are after a few attempts, let alone hundreds. And
There's paranoia, and then there's like reasonable fear, and I would posit that like Fidel Castro lived in reasonable fear. Like there is
Yeah.
paranoia, there is
Yeah.
I
all
mean,
sorts
truly,
of,
'cause
body
you're, like-
doubles, shit like that.
You're one of the closest nations to the most powerful nation, and
Yeah, the
you're just
hegemonic
an island.
superpower of the
You're just an
world.
island that hasn't gotten any of the goods from this imperialist culture of like new cars or like any kind of new stuff in the 21st century, and of course you're gonna be like terrified that look at all this space age technology. They went to the effing moon, and we're still here on this island driving 1945 Fords.
Well, that and you kind of have this. Well, they're doing all this other weird shit, but they're not just like outright like looking like they're going to invade and like try to do a regime change. They're doing their sneaky shit, which is scarier
Well, the
in a
threat
way
of-
with America.
The
Like,
threat of thermonuclear warfare
Yeah.
is what prevents us
Oh, yeah.
from just straight up like rolling in and taking the shit over with
we-
the American like
is
military.
is the next slide Bay of Pigs?
It is not,
Okay.
but that does come up at some point.
We're
today,
not a
boys.
We're not a Cuba history podcast.
No. I'm curious where it's going, and I'm sorry if I'm like putting the car back in second gear.
And so, just to wrap up, Fidel Castro, I would say, and it makes it more interesting why he would grab ties to like Soviet, be more interested in being a part of the Soviet nation and allowing like Cuban Missile Crisis, things like that to occur, because
Yeah,
why would you trust the Americans that keep fucking with your shit?
trying to kill you? Like
Yeah.
it's not even necessarily like that they like you have an ideological difference with the United States and
Or like,
capitalism.
oh, we think the CIA might be like influencing our agricultural or like export,
You have
like
one country that's attempting to continuously
you.
murder you and undermine
Yeah.
your
and
influence.
fuck with you.
all for your economics, all for the sugar and like Just because between the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic Ocean is you. And, if you become a superpower, then you got to pay the troll toll to get your shipment into Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi,
But we also have
Western Florida, shit like that.
We haven't talked about the Red Scare at all at the time, which influences that as well, where it's like we had in essence in your American ideology at the time, you had communism popping up in your backyard. So you gotta deal with it there, sort of a deal. Like, well, they're only 40 miles away. We can send some cigars that gives them hives or something.
I think they straight up tried Looney Tunes exploding
but there's
cigars.
one right there.
No,
Ah!
the dynamite and cigars, the hair falling out, like shit like that. Inject him with the drug to make him gay. I think
There
was
has
one.
to be a plot that, like, in 600 tries, America's not very creative. We're not that.
At that point, it was just like, I don't know,
imaginative.
just throw a bunch of fucking your ecstasy compounds and your LSD in them, and
How bummed was the CIA when he just resigned and gave power to Raul? It was like, aw,
When he died
cat
of
and mouse game is over.
Died of
Oh,
failing
we
health
can't try
at
to
a-
kill you anymore.
he died nicely in a hospital, like surrounded
Yeah.
by family. Like
Yeah,
the CIA is going to seethe for 500 years because of that.
they will never sleep because they didn't get to kill Fidel.
the reason
Okay,
that
so
there's
that was
always
a fun little sidewalk on Cuba. I want to talk about the dude that he actually took this photo on the left, but he was the main guy for Fidel, his main photographer during the revolution.
Oh, wow.
This is Alberto Corda. I kept putting a B in there. It's Corda, D-A. So
got a couple
he,
nice
for most-
self-portraits.
So for most of the images you've seen of the Cuban Revolution have come from him.
He's a good photographer.
His real name is Alberto Diaz Gutierrez. What's that?
He's a great photographer.
He's a damn good photographer. I mean,
Yeah.
the self-portraits are fantastic, but like,
I mean, I assume
the-
he's not taking the self-portraits.
No, I imagine he's not either, but I'm sure he's given the tips.
But I mean, every image that
child
we've
soldier,
seen-
child soldier here.
Yeah.
This is him young. So I did a like a diagonal of him, and then this one of Fidel with patchy beard, patchy beard.
Oh,
someone
and
just
the,
screamed, "Hey!"
and the middle one is
Fidel."
Castro, right? Or
No,
is the
no,
middle
that
one
is-
that's him?
This one is of him.
Ah, gotcha.
You got sort of a young man,
You got
middle-aged.
three of him, a child
old man.
soldier, and Fidel looking at like some sort of bird has gotten into the room, and he's just like,
Yeah,
what? Is that a CIA bird that's gonna explode?
it's
I
just
don't know,
bird
looks
shit
like
gonna
a-
be gay.
It looks like a CIA guy is right behind him who's got an injection full of the
Oh,
gay
yeah.
serum.
This freaking gringo right here.
Yeah.
He's about to. He's handing off the powder that's going into his coffee.
The
He's dumping
C4
the powder
laden
in right
cigar.
now. So Alberto Diaz Gutierrez got his first exposure to film photography by the way most people did. His parents' camera. He found his parents' camera and started taking pictures of it. He said he liked taking pictures of his girlfriend, so he just kept doing it. And then when his girlfriend and him broke up, he found that other girls liked having their photo taken too. So he would just keep taking photographs of girls, and
A likely
he
story.
gained a small following for himself, and he started booking banquets and weddings and baptisms and stuff. Small island, so he would actually sometimes, when he got the hang of the photography, he would go to events, take photos at the beginning, like a wedding or something that he wasn't hired for. He would go there, take photos of the event, run back home, develop the photos, print them out, go back to the event before it's over, and try to start selling prints of this. He was the original like hustler.
I
of
like
getting,
this grift.
Take your photo on the roller coaster ride as you go down, buy it at the souvenir stand on the way out, kind of thing.
But there's something that, like, these are photos that I printed and developed, took and developed today, and I'm showing back up at the wedding or event. And
This
here
is
you
fresher
are.
than the salmon you're eating for dinner tonight,
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Also, the marketing there is amazing, particularly when it comes to a wedding. So you're taking the pictures where, like, the ceremony's happening, everything like that. What comes after the ceremony? The reception. What happens during the reception? Well, usually there is an open bar of some sort. People are drinking. The inhibitions are lowered.
Yeah.
And,
Fucking
and people
smart.
are feeling like, with that drunkenness.
And here you are, a fucking, like, journeyman fucking artist. Just like, I took these photos earlier, and here I've already developed them. Like,
immediately, playing on people's sentimentality while they're still in the moment.
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Of what a wonderful night
You're
it is.
already playing with the nostalgia of Exactly.
But also, none of this matters if his photos are bad.
Also,
that is the other thing, Ryan. He was terrible at photography when he started.
But
like
I mean, there is growth. It's hard to determine his growth from the photos that you've shown so far. But at the same time, he's great at capturing people. So like shit, like hustles like these events make perfect sense.
I mean, he can center the subject of his photograph in the right in the center. That's a good start.
I mean, that child soldier is mostly in focus, but I assume that's a cropped image from a larger picture.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's behind the portrait of him too. So
Yeah.
So apparently, but the quality of his images, I mean, the framing and everything is good, but his print quality would ruin after like years. Apparently, is what people talked about. So he got a better
Temporary
process
photographs.
going. And,
Hard when you-
another thing he would do. Go ahead.
It's pretty hard to become a great photographer when it's super hard to get good photography equipment into your country because your the nearest country to you viciously not only won't give you anything in trade, also will try and attempt to stop anything from coming to you.
Well, he was raised before embargoes. He was a grown man before the Cuban Revolution began.
Oh, so he became a good photographer before the embargo.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So he he got a name for himself at the tail end of his career. He would do this thing before he stopped taking photos of the revolution. He would emboss like a stamp on his photographs. I thought that was fucking cool. That's a neat little thing. Anyway, so he opened up a shop with his friend Louis Pierce, probably. And they began adopting this moniker Korda and the ode to this Hungarian-British film directors Alex and Zoltan Korda. And then they gained notoriety with doing advertisement. They shot photographs for insurance, music, pharmaceuticals.
They're doing the billboard
advertising.
shots.
Yeah. He's finally gone professional
Yeah.
and widespread. Only in Cuba, though, I assume.
Only in Cuba, yeah. He has this quote saying that he was nearing 30. I was heading towards a frivolous life when an exceptional event transformed my life. The Cuban Revolution. It was at this time that I took a photograph of a little girl who was clutching a piece of wood for a doll. And it's not this image. I tried to find this image and I couldn't quite find it. I came to understand that it was worth dedicating my work to the revolution, which aimed to remove these inequalities. That's a quote from him on why he just left the photography business to his friend Luis Pierce and began following Fidel Castro. Right place, right time. He got to meet Castro, and Castro liked how he represented him in images, so they kind of just kept doing it. It was never a job. He was never hired by Castro. It was, everything's going to work out. We're going to get food. We're going to be able to maintain shelter, things like that, but just keep promoting and showing the revolution.
He was working on a per diem basis.
Yeah. He was working, for exposure. He was...
But I mean, no, no better way to make yourself useful to a political leader than to capture their image in a way that's, you can replicate and shows them in the most positive light possible.
Mm-hmm. But at the same time, this positive light is a child soldier who's very about this revolution. It's my emotions are all over the chart on that, where it's like, dang.
And
it hits.
Outside of the Cuban Revolution, we in America, have been very privileged to not be faced with revolution or to have seen war on our footsteps. And I think Cuba had always seen conflict, political conflict, so it's like blue collar conflict. It's not guerrilla warfare. And then they find guerrilla warfare to take over these places and to create the revolution. I imagine seeing that firsthand and being able to document that firsthand is such an incredible, moving feeling that when you see these inequalities like a little girl, you just want to change those things. And when people introduce the gun to change the things, it must be an incredible, I don't know, just what a wild thing to be thrown into when you're so used to seeing elections and fraud elections. Like, that's cool, but it's not like anybody's going and shooting the president in the head in Dallas or something like that. So I don't know. So him being a part of Fidel's inner circle, he was at that rally, that photograph we saw in the last slide.
Can we go back?
No.
The march.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
one, the march.
Oh yeah, he took that.
He took this photo.
Yeah, it's a good.
So he was there
it's a
that
fucking
day.
great photo.
And
It's an amazing photo.
right, it looks like in a perfect spot of downtown. Like you got the cafe, the El Cori, I don't know, and then the bar cafeteria restaurant. That's pretty cool. It looks like it's a very good. It looks like there's a lot of people, and there were a lot of people there that day. So let's get back to that.
Also, a testament to his talent as a photographer at how it had developed at that point, because that's clearly an action shot.
Oh.
Like, it's easy to get
it's an
portraits.
It's an action shot, but he shoots it from the perspective of the person observing this from like the side of the street.
Yeah.
And this is just my like, hey, I'm trying to write a C+ paper on a photograph,
Yeah.
but at the same time,
Oh, I'm shooting for a B+ on this one, boys. If you
everything
don't
he
mind grading
shoots
me
is
at the end of
very
this.
voyeuristic and has a very human quality about it. Where like anybody who was trying to, I don't know, present these political figures in a sort of like grandiose light, like he presents it from a common man. Sort of
Exactly,
perspective.
boots on the ground.
Yeah.
Where we see the portrait of George Washington crossing the Delaware to slaughter a bunch of people. It's regal. It's like romantic.
Yeah, no, like
of
well,
that
like we
person.
know the romantic version of that. He would take that picture like 14 feet from the beach after they've already gotten there and gotten off the boat.
Yeah.
Well, and
Yeah.
speaking about this from probably the least talented perspective when it comes to photography amongst us here, like you had said, Zach, the picture of George Washington and the colonial soldiers crossing the Delaware to murder a bunch of German dudes in their sleep on Christmas, that was painted after the fact.
Well, yeah.
And like all
it was
of
a
that,
retelling.
all that portrait photography on the next slide, like you have someone who's cooperating with like what you're attempting to do here. Like you have a shared goal. That shot there, though, of the march, that's an action shot. And like coming from the position of some fucking like Luddite when it comes to like photography. Like I've tried to get shots when like, hey, my dog's doing something really cute. I would love to get a shot of it in action. It's so hard to capture something as good as that in the moment as it's happening live. Like when you can't just tell
True.
350 couple thousand, however many people are in frame at least.
Yeah. Hold
Hey,
up, wait.
Could
Let
we
me
go
set the
back
aperture
to
really quick.
one and do this over again? Because it was a little blurry when you were doing it beforehand. Like the ability
Let's do a silly one now.
to see the thing in the moment and capture it as it's happening. Like I would. Both of you are very good photographers. I will give you guys
Thank
some
you.
roses there. And coming from the layman in this instance, it's so fucking hard. And the fact that he got something like that is very impressive and a testament to like how this person refined what they chose to make their living off of, what their craft is.
Well, he felt the weight of whatever. All we're gonna go through. The next slide is his roll of film.
Oh, yeah, no.
One of the rolls of film from that day. Yeah, little spoiler alert. I did tease the next slide, but he understands the weight of a moment and how to capture it. Like to understand that once I see something, how my instrument, how my tool can capture this to how I envision it in my brain. The relationship between him and his instrument, his tool, is really good. He understood the lighting he wasn't fumbling with anything. He knew what he wanted to capture, how the light should go in, and then the developing process too. He's really good at, correcting any errors that he made. But so I'm going to get to the next slide. We're going to take a look at one of the rolls he did that day.
Okay.
Boom, boom. So this is the first couple shots here in the crowd on the 20 or what is it? The 9th,
27th
of
of
March.
July? 26th of July?
That was the movement. This was a totally different day. Okay, so the roll of film. Jean-Paul Sartre was in the crowd. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the French humanist. What is he? Philosopher is what they call.
Yeah.
He's written a couple books.
Is it
Really full of
pronounced Sartre?
himself, but he's like, He's smart, I guess.
I don't know French.
Jean-Paul Sartre? Yeah, no, he was a 20th century philosopher.
I've only heard the name.
French, so somewhat open to the Cuban way of existence. The kind of guy that would travel out there to see it and come back and go on. It's the French's intellectual curiosity of how to create equality is the only good aspect of French culture. I've been there, and a lot of stereotypes really hold true. They're the rudest, meanest people in the whole fucking world.
Taylor, you're losing our entire French audience.
Oh, no.
All two of them? Sorry.
All two of them. Zach, can you zoom in on this slide?
No.
I apologize.
I can't.
You can't.
It is coming a little shitty for us.
In fact.
Yeah, it's.
Oh,
it's,
shit.
Shoulders.
All right.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
All right, so I text you guys the image we're looking at so you can zoom in on your phone if you'd like.
I haven't gotten this text yet.
So if we look at this image, a lot of things I can relate to, being I've been an event
quick.
photographer. I go in with a set of things I need to
quick and
accomplish.
efficient. He's at a place.
And,
he takes 3 or 4 pictures. He goes to another place, finds a different angle, takes 3 or 4 pictures, goes to another angle.
Yeah, so I broke it down here that it's 4 shots of the crowd. Get yourself a crowd shot because you find a reaction, something like that. Then we go into 2 shots of
top row.
Where are we at?
Then 5 shots of Castro on the podium.
Then 5 shots of Castro on the podium. Landscape, portrait, landscape. But
He's
then he
moving.
got further
He's
back in the
moving
crowd
at
to
this
show that there
point
was
to
a
get
crowd
other
there.
people.
Yes.
He's moving.
We could almost
Yes.
trace
Yes,
his
he's
path
trying
through
to
the
find
crowd
the right
through
image.
these.
And then we get 3 from his positioning. He must have been closer to Jean-Paul Sartre because we have 3 images, essentially the same image of him. And I'm guessing it's because
coverage.
that's the get. That's the guy. He's in the building. Oh my God! Make sure,
gonna
sure,
take
buddy,
3
you get a
for-
shot of Jean-Paul, okay? Because we really need to make sure people know that he was
it's
at the Cuban
amazing
rally.
agitated
Buddy.
propaganda. I mean, France is
Yeah.
an ally, a significant ally and NATO trade partner of the United States of America, who represents the hegemonic power of capitalism. And if you're a Cuban communist democracy who's attempting to win this culture war, to get a figure from the Western NATO world who's there observing your political leader, and potentially if you can get that captured in the photography, being moved by the words and the speeches of your communist leader, that's a agitative propaganda huge win. It's if somehow you had a DSA meeting and Donald Trump is just sitting there nodding along silently.
You snap that picture, of course. But here in the era of film,
You gotta.
Donald Trump's
You got it,
you know
Johnny.
what? Fuck yeah. We should have Medicare for all.
So we get 3 shots of Jean-Paul, and then reel back.
So we get 3 shots of Jean-Paul, and then wheel back to
Lot
Castro.
closer.
A new angle, a lot
Iconic.
closer. We're
Yeah.
getting a couple portraits. And then we got a new angle of Jean-Paul. So we're going to snap 3 more. And then we have a new speaker. I don't know who this guy is, though. My apologies on that. We have 2 new speakers.
I think it's
or,
Nick Offerman.
Two of one guy.
We
and
got-
then a speaker,
I think it's
a new
Nick
speaker.
Offerman from Parks and Recreation.
Jerry and Larry, and they're the ones who are
It's also-
really
it's Nick Offerman.
nitty gritty. Hey guys, we really need to stop taking office supplies home.
I know Fidel's got us all fired up, but here's the reality.
Here's the reality of it. You're not here to see us, but try to keep your brakes at 15 minutes.
There are no new cars coming, so please keep your 1940s Chevys on the road driving, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, please change the oil. We need to resell
This
these
this
vehicles
country
to
is
the
not
next
getting any new
generation.
cars for at least 70 years. We have to keep these motherfuckers on the road.
So yeah, we have two two new people brought into the frame, obviously trying to capture their, what is it?
Yeah.
To document that
You
they
never
were at
know.
this rally or something like that. You know, if it were to ever come, like, hey, we're printing a newspaper. Can you give us some images of, Billy Bob James
Well,
Stick
Zach,
was
we
at the
both
rally.
we
Can you have
both
any photos of him?
done
Cool.
photos and videos for shows. Sometimes you shoot that band that you don't know, just in case, because you go like, "Hey, I got some shots of you, I got some video of you," and maybe that networking takes you a little bit further.
I can actually talk of this.
Absolutely.
I have a decent example from a document I've watched a few times over, made by the Foo Fighters and HBO, called Sonic Highways. But there is a guy who was like basically the staff photographer for Sub Pop Records, whose job was to go out and capture Seattle shows in the late 80s, early 90s. So that there was photography to accompany with these artists that were being signed by Sub Pop and then later by big national brand labels. And the dude didn't really like Nirvana, and so he took no pictures at their first show in Seattle.
Oh, fun.
And that was the one that he should have had the pictures for, because they would have sold for, crazy amounts of money.
Did I ever tell you guys about the first Lowdown Drifters show I shot was at the Hard Rock Cafe in Seattle, and I was there super early, so people were going to the Disturbed concert at the market, and so people were funneling into the Hard Rock to get some drinks before going in a super long line to go get in to see Disturbed. So I met a photographer there. Her name was Kelly Blair Mason, and she is the photographer that took most of the iconic photos of Nirvana back in the day. The three-piece where the two dudes are fanning out behind Kurt with the big white sunglasses. She took that shot, and it was just because she was dating the dude that was the guitarist in Soundgarden or something like that. So she was just the girl with the camera. So would you take some photos of us? And they're like, okay. She took a lot of the fisheye, flannel and fisheye from a low angle kind of shots that really defined Seattle grunge music. She took a lot of
That's
that.
awesome,
shit.
man.
A lot of Pearl Jam stuff too.
Nice humble brag, dude.
Yeah, it was really interesting, but it's right place, right time. So this is half of the reel. This is half of the film, actually, guys. We're gonna skip a little bit and go to the next bit where we just get another final shot of Jean-Paul Sartre. We get more Fidel, but it looks like it's night or it's the end of the roll. So
Oh,
your
I mean,
lights
if
are
we're
not
going
popping as
from
hard.
white to black like that, either they
kind of
put a curtain behind him or it's night and he has lights on him. It's hard to tell from these images.
It does appear that
yeah.
there was a gap of several hours between.
But this man is not wasting a single shot on a roll of film. This is the kind of person
Exactly. And I mean, we were raised in the digital
right.
age too, Ryan, which I try to eat that privilege I have to be able to learn photography in the age of digital, where my mistakes don't really
Absolutely.
matter.
You can take
change
as many
so
photos
things over the
You
course
can take
of
as many
one shoot
photos
to
as your
find that
memory
image.
card will allow per second in a way, you know? But it's just amazing to see somebody do 12, 18, 24, 32, basically in 32 photographs and only wasting a little bit of film.
A roll.
Everyone
basically, it has to be
is
roll of
a
film
winner, you know?
Yeah.
at this point in time. I mean, because I'm trying to think back to the time.
But you know,
before
if
when
you're
I was
going
in-
out, you have multiple roles. I assume, or
Yeah.
you know, as insurance, you aren't, you know, you don't have a backpack full of film, but you know, but at the same time, to shoot things so efficiently.
Also, particularly, you're not getting your film from
Yeah.
Fuji. You're not getting your film from Kodak.
No,
You're not
it's
getting your
expensive.
film. There are countries at this point in time that will no longer, Japan is basically an American colony,
Yeah.
and Kodak is an American company, so you're not getting their fucking film. You're getting film from ostensibly things that are made at home in Cuba or the Soviets at this point in time. So it's not like there's this
Going through another country, you can get.
Or you're going through another country. You can get stuff from another
Yeah.
country
Yeah,
that
yeah.
doesn't care.
Yeah.
Mexico buys a bunch of this shit and then sells it to Cuba for
But
a
also,
200% markup.
yeah.
It's
You needed
that's what
film,
we
you
get.
know?
But it's not like it's not as easy
Yeah.
as it was for like
So-
an American photographer, perhaps.
No,
that,
no,
like, could
definitely
they could
not
go
at the
down
time.
to their local like corner store.
They could go to
and
their
buy a few
Piggly
rolls.
Wiggly or
of
or the-
Kodak.
Totally. I imagine the economy for film was pretty steep. I mean, not just because it's a small, just because of the like embargoes and like everything like that, but because it's a small island too, and how many places are going to be dedicated to doing film or like to be the place that sells film, all this stuff. So it must have been a lot. Every shot matters a lot more when you're under this pressure of where am I going to get my next roll of film? Is this worth it? Especially he's not making money from any of these photos. He's doing this strictly for the cause, strictly for the revolution. And he ends up working for the government later on in his life, and he gets his paychecks. But he's spending his time, his money, and
Yeah.
in this economy, So as we can,
I know,
notice,
I
there's
was
two
gonna
frames
ask
missing
about-
here, guys. Right?
So which one has JFK getting shot?
Which one has JFK just
Just
there giving a
randomly,
big
like
thumbs
3
up?
years
Here's
later,
the
it's on
first
that
one.
shot
The
of film
second one is
somehow.
the alien. So, wouldn't that be crazy? Because you noted that it's a time change. Like, what if set the camera down, flew, saw JFK get assassinated, came back, and then finished out the role. It's another different.
It's made
march
up to
that Fidel
it's
Castro's
you know
holding
it's your
with
John
Thomas
Paul
Edison.
Sartre. It's your John Paul Sartre. Like no,
Sartre.
it's just a guy in a mask and a Fidel clone. We just tried to make it look like that day so hard.
Okay, so from looking at this
Yeah.
reel and what we've already
Okay, so from looking at this reel and what we've already kind of discussed on photography is it's kind of a right place, right time. Film is very, you need to be efficient with it. So if you see something you need to take a photograph of, you have to weigh the properties of it, and you have to be ready for it when it does happen. So that's where the luck of photography comes in, is preparation, right?
luck is when preparation
There's a saying of like luck is when
Opportunity.
preparation
Yeah.
meets time or something
Yeah,
like that.
luck is
Um,
when preparation meets opportunity. So like you've prepared for the moment, so when the opportunity comes, like you are ready for it. That is luck.
So there's luck
So
this man.
there's luck struck this man, Alberto Corda. I always put the B in there.
What's
I
his
like
name
Corda
again?
more,
Say
but
it
Alberto
slowly.
His name is
Corda.
Corda.
Alberto.
Alberto Corda. Yeah. I should have put titles in here. That could help too, especially with all these Spanish names. So let's reveal
Yeah.
the two missing photos, shall we?
Che Guevara.
Oh, it's those
Boom.
photos.
It's Che fucking Guevara.
I played a Metal Gear Solid. I know what these photos are.
So
I've seen this film before.
I've
seen this
t-shirt
roll of
in
film
a
before.
liberal arts college town.
Really?
Navigating today, boys.
These
That's what we're gonna
photos
be
are in
navigating today,
between
boys.
this roll. Like they're almost hidden in.
So our third
Yes.
speaker of the day was Che.
Everyone's just waiting
Yeah,
for somebody
yep.
to like go
So-
off of Jerry's. Like, hey guys, let's try to keep bathroom breaks to like 5 minutes in the revolution, please.
Because you have like your opener.
Because you have like your opener that kind of sets the tone. You have your mid band, that's the slower band. Then you have your third band that comes in, just fucking tears the house down. That's Che. And then you have Fidel close it down, tell everybody
He's
they
coming
established
back out.
headliner.
hell out of
Yeah,
here
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
thing. Che comes in, he's talking about revolution, he's talking about killing
He's
people.
the headliner who
You know,
like
he's-
put the asses in the seats, but it's the opening act for the third opening act that really blows the people away.
But we got Fidel like in the opening and the closing, so it's like he
Absolutely.
bookends. He comes back to play like Pinball Wizard for 15 minutes.
He's
yeah,
the
I guess
host.
our
He's the host
our
of the
final
party, you know?
5 pictures are the encore.
yeah.
It must have been. Fidel, stick
It must have been. To Fidel, yell again. Say
Yo,
something
death
weird
to
again.
America.
Come
How many
on.
times have you survived America attempting to kill you at this point? Like, it was probably at least 2 or 3 more times between when you
not
first
still
spoke and
somewhere.
now.
Yeah, the crowd was filled with people trying to kill.
Yeah, the crowd was filled with just people trying to
Just
kill
somebody
Fidel.
in the poor crowd just takes a bite of
Um,
M&M's and dies.
So
Pretty much.
Corda,
Someone lights a cigar and immediately explodes. Someone drinks a cup of rum and is turned gay as hell.
Someone's just hair just falls out just because they were holding onto their ticket too long
Yeah.
and some ink absorbed into their skin.
And some dude, like, in a van in Key West, Florida goes, "Fuck!"
Scorpions pop out of somebody's hat, like... It's a normal show in Cuba at this time. If Fidel's there, shit's gonna get wild. Like, people are gonna die.
Car bomb goes off 35 miles away.
Because Fidel looks like everybody else.
Because
He's
Fidel
like,
looks
hey,
like
there's a Cuban
everybody
guy with a
else in
beard.
Cuba.
Let's put a bomb on his car.
Go get it!
Get him! Go get him!
I don't mean to always spin these tires, but it reminds me of these fucking, like, Grand Theft Auto. Like, yeah, we set speed to 1,000. And it's just a world without brakes.
Oh, yeah.
But holy shit. I mean, I don't mean to whiplash things back on topic. These are the images of Che Guevara, right? Like, these are...
The portrait
yes.
mode picture, yes, is the one that I presume we see on all of the shirts.
That is, he's the... Oh, yeah.
It's the one. She's the girl.
It's the one.
I've played this.
She's the girl.
Is titled.
So this photo is titled Guerrillero Heroico. That's the title of it means heroic guerrilla fighter. And it was taken by Alberto Corda of Che Guevara on March 6th, 1960. So Corda, of this image, he says, this photograph is not the product of knowledge or technique. It was really coincidence, pure luck. And then he also goes on to quote, just in general photography, to forget the camera, forget the lens, forget all that. With any $4 camera, you can capture the best picture. Kind of the philosophy I've had with a lot of musicians that their least favorite work is going to be their best work. It's the one that they have the least relationship with. They're going to be so pleasantly surprised.
A great
when it's
example
received by
of
other
this
people.
is that apparently Led Zeppelin had some pressure from their record label to have something that could fill out a set, so they wrote Stairway to Heaven.
Yeah, which they stole that chord progression from a band they were touring with.
Yeah, which they stole that chord progression
Very
from the band they
likely,
were
yeah.
touring
Like
with,
they,
I
it
think.
was something that they had to like make up in a few hours before the show goes on. And I mean, that's just one instance of what you had said for like before. Like the artist always hates their most favorite work,
Well, also...
or their most beloved
Yeah.
work.
Yeah,
I guess
yeah.
It would be the better way to phrase.
Well, that's
that.
the relationship between artist and audience in a weird way.
Yeah,
where
100%.
what one likes does not always affect what the other likes or dislikes.
or wants to create.
Yeah. I love that you have the unedited though in the top left, because it's an unassuming, it's a snapshot of a person like many that we've seen before in this, where it's a snapshot of you crop that and rotate it
candid.
just a little bit, and it's now welcome to T-shirt man.
Yeah.
Welcome to the face of what a revolution is. All it is a little bit of cropping and a little bit of rotating, and wouldn't you know it, you have a face. You just have an image.
Yeah, I'm trying to see here. Like, it really is just sort of a crop and a rotate.
It's just a crop in like 15 degrees
There's
clockwise.
like nothing in terms of like contrast or
No.
like lighting. The lighting's pretty much identical to
The picture's the
OG
same, but
image.
having fucking Michael Scott on the left here and a palm tree on the right.
Yeah, no, of course, yeah.
It kind of ruins the deal,
just kind
doesn't
of
it?
ruins it, you know.
And I like though. So I still have the roll of film on in the bottom down here. What I like is what we noticed in the whole thing. It must be a photographer's creed to do the portrait and landscape.
I did it
because I don't know
felt
what
natural.
like the bang bang. If he was decisive on what he wanted, he would have taken one and been done with it, right? But he did the bang bang because he thought like it looks good portrait or it looks good landscape. I need to go portrait on this. Hit that with the 1-2, and then it's the portrait that is like the damn, that's the one. No Jim Bob over here, no ferns, just him. And so what was said about this photo was he was He had the lens pointed at the stage, and then he noticed Che moving to look out into the crowd. He just walked. He peered past this huge stage of standing military men and Fidel Castro, and he walked into the front just to look out into the crowd, and then he walked back. It was like within a 5-second thing. If he hadn't taken this photo of whoever the speaker was at the time, he wouldn't have had the camera ready, and he wouldn't have gotten that moment. It was because he had his camera already. He was in the viewfinder. He sees this one thing coming in. He like pulls over to it, snaps one, snaps two, and then he just veers back into the shadows again. A moment that was never designed to be captured. A moment that was not driven by vain or anything like that. He simply had these perfect intentions of looking out into the crowd, and it was documented in this perfect timing. Two forces
like the most unadulterated photographer experience of, oh, that looks interesting.
That looks
That's
interesting.
What's
I'm
most
going to snap
interesting
some
me
photos.
in the moment.
But also to put yourself in the mindset of this is not the iconic photo. This is just any other photo. It's unremarkable.
It's just what was most interesting at the time.
It's just something that's there, and you snap a photo of it. You know, you don't get to choose what the masses view as the iconic photo. But sometimes
there are some objectifyingly interesting things going on here, though, right? It is what you tell people is to look beyond the camera, right? His eyes are pointed beyond the camera. His body framing is diagonal. There's some like objectively
aesthetic
really
as
good posing
fuck.
going on here
And,
that was
and
accidental.
I don't even know if does Shay know he's getting photographed? Or is he's just looking out?
No.
Yeah, but
I'm
like
sure he's
There
aware
probably
there's
was
a
more
photographer.
than one guy.
but he's
doesn't
looking
know
out
that
into the
moment's
audience and somebody snaps this sort of a deal.
Yeah. And then the hair, boom. Everything is framed very well. It's an aesthetically pleasing image, and that's probably just because we've been indoctrinated with it since we were
But
children.
it is an
Like,
aesthetic
this has always
portrait,
been
especially
somewhere
I mean
around
if you
this.
consider textures, the whatever he's wearing, this vest and undershirt, this space jacket that
space
he's
jacket?
wearing.
This
Yeah.
revolutionary windbreaker.
This Michael Jackson
It's
Thriller
just
jacket.
if it had any other texture, I feel like it would distract. But instead, all the texture is in this man's face. It's a good portrait.
Yeah.
It's I'm trying to look at it like unobjectively. Yeah, it's the Shea portrait we've seen 1,000 times over. But like, it's a decent portrait. The lighting's great. You got a little bit of lighting going off his left side, like going into shadow to give him some definition.
a lot of Shadow Town, which has made for it to become a really easily reproduced image
it's
because
such
of
high
the easily
contrast just
two-toned
by nature
nature
of
of
it.
it.
Yeah,
dark
I'm thinking
hair
of
and
the
shadow.
red T-shirt. The image of Che is in black. Super easy to like produce and print, and even at this point, Lampoon. Like this spawned so many. Like I had in high school, like I bought it like a Harlem bootleg open air market. A lampoon of this image of Che, but it was Bruce Lee
Yeah.
that I had as a shirt in high school.
Yeah.
I mean,
So,
was shot on a Leica
this was
Oh,
shot
okay.
on a Leica M2, which is a very nice camera. It's a very expensive now camera. And it was shot with a
Holy
90
what?
millimeter lens.
Yeah, sorry, raise
Yes,
my hand
yes,
for the
Taylor.
question. Leica, did any relation to the dog that went to space?
not spelt, not.
No? Okay.
No,
No
I
idea. I
believe
didn't look
spelt
into
the
that.
same, but no relation to the dog that was shot in.
The Soviets weren't naming cameras after the dog that heroically just went out and never came back.
I believe.
This is Swiss made.
Oh,
I
okay,
believe
okay. So
this
this
is
isn't a
Swiss
Soviet-made
made.
camera that was able to like make it in.
I'm not.
But I don't think I know it's not Soviet made, but I'm pretty sure it's Swiss made, and they are still one of the only camera out there that you can shoot film with. They make new film cameras. I believe they're the only one doing it still, and they're incredible cameras. Just like they're like $5,000
Swiss's
base
Polaroid,
level.
basically.
Like is our
Insane.
German
Or Kodak.
German Swiss.
German Swiss, okay.
No, like 35 millimeter film.
German. No, like 35
No,
millimeter
I
film.
mean we can tell it's
Not
a
instant
35
film.
mil. Well, I mean Zach and I can tell it.
I can't.
I meant that they're making still today. They're still making film.
But it's unremarkable equipment, unremarkable portrait. I
go
mean,
ahead.
just to say, like, it's just all the right elements. He's taken so many good other pictures throughout the day,
You're
but
right.
it's an unremarkable portrait that...
Right, it was almost like an
Right, it was almost like an obligation photo, right? Like I said, he peers out of somewhere. He's like, I better snap that, and then he just goes back away. He's like, he didn't set out the way we see in the film. That
Yeah,
he
I mean,
took
it's
7
like
shots of Jean-Paul Sartre. He intentionally
The
shot
shutter
that man.
closed
He didn't
twice
intend
on Che
to shoot
Guevara
Alright,
that
yeah.
day.
So yeah, the ratio of people.
Mm-hmm.
There's a.
So yeah, the ratio of people. There's only one person. This
I think he's the only
spotted
one that
beard
is
guy.
shot less in this.
I think he's the only one that is shot less in this.
Oh,
the
but it's
crowd.
just
You have
one
4
of
shots in
him.
The crowd. The ratio of subjects. Shay's at the bottom tier.
Second least subject figure on the row.
Well, you can
on the
also
roll.
see that this photographer is also a quitter because he didn't shoot his last, like, 2 shots of film.
Or he did, but it got
it's-
way too dark.
It's 2.5. Well, yeah, that could be it.
We're missing some test shots at the top.
Or we're missing some test shots at the top.
Yeah, no, that's the
It
thing.
almost
Probably.
looks
Welcome to
like
film
in
cameras.
those
like,
last 2 like negatives, it does look like as though perhaps that might be the moon, which at that point would be the only source of light if this is a speech going late into the night.
it's the 2 times that the fucking Cuban like officer clicks the camera to make sure it's not a bomb that'll turn somebody gay at
Sure,
the end of the
yeah.
event. Like,
But there is at least some sort of bright dot
Okay.
in those last 2 frames, I guess I'll say.
no, those are numbers. Each of the
Yeah, those are
photographs have numbers. Those count. the
Oh,
numbers
those
that are
aren't
shot.
like a
No,
part of
no,
the
no, no,
picture
no.
themselves. Okay.
No. They're fully either they were under like completely underdeveloped where nothing showed up, or they are the last 3 photos. It looks like they were just not shot, and then he was like, "Well, the event's over, and I gotta go get these
not
developed
quitting
quick.
time.
If I can get back, maybe people who are still here at 11
If I can get
p.m.
these
at
developed fast, this will become the most popular T-shirt on liberal arts college campuses ever.
Okay, so who is this dude, right? Who the fuck is this guy?
Che?
It is stogie enthusiast Che Guevara. Ernesto Che Guevara. He was actually given the nickname Che because apparently that is like an ah thing in Argentinian Spanish. They go che, no che, like they use it as a filler, an. So he did that a lot. So people just called him Che.
Oh my God!
It was-
I actually have a story that relates to this.
Yeah, go for it.
One of the fellow Sahara boys, whose name was Marcus, there was a few of them, but had a way of just peppering in fucking and his language.
Oh, I picked it up.
Yeah, to the point where like his nickname had become fucking Marcus.
Yeah.
Because like you would hear a story
Everything-
from him. So I
so
went to
fucking-
fucking Subway and I got like a fucking sandwich and like it had like like fucking meatballs on it. So this is
Couple
like
fucking
this is Argentinian
onions.
Spanish of fucking.
You know,
you're
in a
saying
way,
to me?
yeah.
Fuck yeah. Fucking nice.
I do like how Shay sometimes looks like Elvis, sometimes looks like Clint Eastwood, but then in the bottom left-hand corner, he looks like everybody's favorite metalhead kid that just kind of
Yeah.
smell weird. Like, oh
Yeah.
yeah,
It's the like wearing a cloak with a military shirt, an old military shirt on. He looks like he's hiding a shotgun underneath that thing,
it's.
you know?
I'm gonna make the hot take. Che Guevara, sometimes handsome in the right light, and those
Yeah.
those images that we first caught when he's looking out at the crowd, right
Oh,
light.
yeah.
The rest of these images, not quite the right light.
I
I do like his
Yeah.
senior portrait up here.
There's
in like the
7
top
images
middle.
of Che up there. I would argue that he's pretty handsome in like 6 of them.
Oh yeah.
It's really just that like bottom left corner that like not
This
the
was
best.
later
it
in life.
ruins the image. You can't have that face on 1 bajillion red T-shirts.
No, that doesn't make
How it doesn't work.
that does not make the t-shirts.
That looks like the teller's cam, the security camera for the teller's view.
That looks like
This
Florida
guy's robbing a
man
bank.
caught robbing bank with super soaker.
Yeah.
That's the image.
And I mean, they're-
Argentinian doctor caught red-handed.
Why are there so many
This is
Argentinian doctors? Is this
Honestly, to be honest,
This is the Argentinian doctor. He's a physicist or a physician.
Oh, holy shit! You've been referencing
if we
Shay
can
the
get
whole
to
time.
that part where we talk about Shay legitimately instead of talking about his looks. And in fact, this is him at the UN too,
Damn.
so this
looking like that at the UN.
to be honest with you guys, like of the 7 pictures on this screen right now, the 6 of them that are super flattering were the ones that you guys took. The one of him at the UN is the one that I take.
This is your zoomed-in Facebook camera photo of him.
And I'm just fucking banging that camera button, and that's like I took like 30 of them, and that was the only one that like was even salvageable. And y'all are getting these fucking like top right pictures.
I
of
don't
this
like
dude
Beret.
being
I don't
like the charisma of the man bleeds through the image into you, and you'd follow him
For me,
anywhere.
it's bottom center. Like I played this character in a Kojima game. Like
Oh, no, don't get me wrong. That's a great one as well. Like I said, like I'm the one taking the one bottom left. Like the other remaining 6 are up to you boys that actually have a somewhat photogenic eye.
I do like his senior portrait in the top middle, though. I do really.
Oh, I love it.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
it's amazing.
It's good. It's good. It's fun out of the bunch, but the James Franco version down here on the bottom right. You got the James
Oh,
Franco
yeah.
smile as he's hanging out with, I assume, Fidel.
That's Fidel, yeah.
Or could have been a
That's
Fidel
his
clone.
brother who's having a shellfish reaction.
It's fake Fidel.
I mean, but maybe like it
Yeah.
fits the narrative perfectly though. Of like you have, you know, the man at the top, the guy who like ultimately is responsible for everything, and he has this sort of grimace image on his face, and you have, you know, the symbolic leader of this philosophy who is
It's good cop, bad
carefree,
cop.
smiling, like
Yeah.
everything. It's you know the embodiment of a picture tells like a picture's worth 1,000 words, and like the difference between like the lighting, the expression on these men's faces. Like it's a wonderful photograph, even though like it may not be the most flattering for Che.
Zach, I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask the entire room a question.
Let's go.
Zach, how many more slides do you have in this? Just curious.
Ooh, let's see.
Is this the secret topic? Is it Che Guevara all along?
I thought it was baseball, to be 100% honest with you, but it's clearly not.
It's not baseball.
I realized about
I-
3 or 4 slides
No,
ago.
I still am wondering how this is gonna turn into baseball, and I assume you guys all did the same thing. Where like, how's the Russo-Japanese War gonna turn into Disneyland in some way?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
Or how does it become
I have a
Toyota?
part
Yeah.
2 planned to relate this to baseball. Let's talk about Che Guevara, shall we? Born Ernesto Guevara. He was born in he was born in Rosario, Santa Fe, Argentina, on June 14th, 1928. He met up with the Castros in Mexico while they were in exile, and that's how he got involved with the Cuban stuff. So he first sought out to be, he was needed because he was a medical professional. And if you've played any war games, you need the medical guy, you need Jimmy to play the drums to march you into infantry, and then you need the guns guy. You need all these people, a lot of parts for a militia to happen.
Oh
And
yeah,
he was the medical guy.
a guerrilla militia, and if you have any medical expertise, you're handy no matter whether you have a gun in your hand or not.
Medical
And-
people are just very beneficial. Saying this is someone who, like, if there were no doctors, I wouldn't have a job.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have my, like, tech job. It's
And,
doctors who make that possible at the moment.
He was a fun build because he was medical guy, but then he also maxed out in being revolutionary, like shooting people guy too. So it was he wasn't just Dr. Che Guevara. He was mercenary Che Guevara at the same time. So it was a really good revolutionary build. He did a lot. He took lives and he saved them at the same time. So when
So
he
bad
became,
doctor overall. Violated the Hippocratic Oath. A bad doctor overall. Violated the Hippocratic Oath quite a bit.
But very useful if you have doctor that can also shoot on your team. You could
from
have a
a
doctor in the
yeah.
front lines for one, and also doctor who can.
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Every medical personnel in the American military also a bad doctor. But the first part of the Hippocratic Oath is to do no harm.
Yeah, but that's
Hey.
when you put your doctor hat on, and as we can see in these photos, sometimes he has no hat on. So I assume
you don't
want
to talk to the no hat Shay.
That's the guy that'll shoot you.
Yeah, he will.
Hat
He's got
Shay-
several guns
he's-
underneath his cloak right here.
If he's got a beret on,
You're okay.
you're getting healed.
Yeah, rock the beret, you're okay.
If there's a beret, you're okay.
It's perfect.
Ain't no hat, you're dead, Jack.
Joseph Robinette Biden.
Okay, so he became a medical professional and he traveled through South America, Latin South America, to provide aid to places that were being affected by United States imperialism. This is what he came to find out. He was being sent to different places like, where he started in northern Argentina, then he went to Chile, Peru, Guatemala, Ecuador, Colombia, Venezuela, Panama. And he found something similar happening throughout all these places, that people are not able to bring in wealth because they're being exploited by the United States. So he became very agitated by this.
A real anti-imperialist.
Then he took that to his grave too. Whereas you will see Fidel Castro kind of bend the knee to the Soviets and go against what the Cuban Revolution originally stood for, Che never backed down. Che always wanted more elevation until there was full-on Latin independence from any kind of United States interference.
And that's what gets you on a
after-
T-shirt versus 600 attempts on your life from the CIA.
Yeah. I'm also gonna ask:
go
are
ahead.
a lot of these photos from the guy from before, the photographer,
Oh, good question.
like following
Yes.
Shay around?
So this one
Yeah.
is
the good
the one
ones
where,
are.
This is
Fidel's hand is
Corba?
raised, is taken by him.
Yeah.
And I believe that the one in the bottom right corner with Che and then this wildly bearded man.
Yeah.
Sometimes
was
your
also
facial
taken by
hair
Alberto.
grows in patchy. Let's stop and
I'm
take a
guilty
moment.
of it.
As a man with a full beard, I'm willing to acknowledge that sometimes your hair grows in patchy, and that's the best beard that you can grow. And you know what? I'm in support of all of it. I'm not a beard elitist. You don't have to have sideburns, mustache, soul patch, all connecting together.
You are coming at this from a place of beard privilege.
I have
though.
an
Yeah,
immense
seriously, buddy.
beard privilege. Absolutely. I'm willing to recognize it.
Check
and
your beard privilege at the door, buddy.
I'm coming from it to say I salute those who do not and yet persevere anyway, in the case of Fidel. And
So-
Che, to be fair.
I feel like Shay has a better patchy beard than Fidel
He
does.
does. He does have a better beard. They're both patchy as hell. And, you know...
That's what I'm saying. Like, these two are
Except
the same
when he
person,
looks
essentially,
like,
right?
except when he looks like the bassist for Anthrax down in the bottom left here.
That's why it's the worst looking picture. That's why it's the Taylor Roberts was the photographer on that one. Because somehow,
they
some
caught him at
way-
this perfect spot. of
School
him saying
shooter,
some
Che
ugly
Guevara.
word like,
You bumblefuck the way that the shadow now makes it look like he has General Burnside's fucking sideburns and a shitty goatee and
He looks like he
mustache.
works the midnight shift
They look
at
like
AM
gills.
PM.
Whereas you boys are taking the portrait
The one in
picture
the
where you can
top-
see where everything connects, even though there are some patches.
Yeah.
Or bottom center where it really, like the shadow
put
and the
so many
light.
pictures on the screen,
Bottom,
guys.
I know. Well, you had a couple rolls of film earlier. This is easy. Bottom center, though, is Clint Eastwood with a cigar.
Yeah.
The lighting
Yeah.
is right. It's a good image.
Was that
Top-
a Corba?
Top
Sorry.
right. Oh, sorry.
No, it was not. It was not.
That's not a Corba. Okay.
No, I don't.
Props
believe
to whoever did that one, because, like you said, it's a Clint Eastwood. And when it comes to the form of like propaganda or agitated propaganda, agitprop, like what better to be like the closest opponent to the West, and then lampoon or borrow from, steal the steez of what at the time was the West's like iconoclastic culture of like the Western cowboy, a romanticization of a reality that didn't really exist to become like Western agitprop in and of itself.
And when you become a face,
but to gank that and like apply it to your movement in such an effective way.
well, it's machismo turned up to 200%. In a
100%,
way,
yeah.
that's. I honestly want to smoke a cigarette anytime I look at the bottom center picture. It's like, well,
I do
somebody
too,
made
and
it look
I
cool.
quit smoking a long time ago.
And not to always riff on these, Zach. I apologize.
so.
But top right looks like it's the off-Broadway production. Like, well, that's
Yeah.
the best person we got to play
I fucking
Shay.
love that picture though. I do. Like, there's something so perfect about that picture, man. You can tell it's candid. It's just a guy being a dude in the element. And like that's what you need for a revolutionary movement,
Exactly.
man.
But you could
Arm is in a splint, but he's still got time to smoke that stogie. You
Hey,
know what I'm saying?
You can see
And
the
he's looking-
smile
He
lines.
has joy. He's looking at joy or something.
But as somebody who's tried to reinvent their appearance in some way or another, over multiple years, he realized that the painter's beret isn't going to cut it. Like, that was the beret he had for the day.
But like,
Beret of
there's
the day.
such a, that is like both from the photographer and the subject. Top right is such an amazing candid shot. Like the PR that does for a person that like you're just like your arms in a sling, like you're in the conflict just like everyone else who's like in the shit, the common man, the people who actually go off and fight the conflict, like you're one of them, and like the cigar that is a status symbol in the Western world and ostensibly in the Cuban world as well, along with just the cavalier nature of it all. I mean, like, that's
he's
a level
cool
of
as shit.
charisma.
He's injured, but he's fly as shit. Just
That's a
shooting
nat-
the shit with
That's
somebody.
a nat 20 charisma.
Oh,
save
yeah.
It
right
truly
there.
is.
Captured in the film medium.
Much more than just him holding a cigar in the top left.
Also, as a fellow long-haired dude, his hair looks fucking... It's a great hair day for the dude.
It's a good flow.
It's a good fucking hair day. Like, the beard, the lighting of it, like, de-emphasize... And, like, so much focus is drawn away from how patchy the facial hair is that it really, like, you're not even paying attention to the patchy beard. He's got great hair. He's got great facial hair. You got the cigar. You've got him talking with his hands, which is definitely something
Very Italian.
charismatic leadership people do. He's got his arm in a sling just to like blue collar his ass up a bit in this conflict. And then the devil may care attitude that's captured on the face, like that's a picture's worth a million words in this instance when it comes to agitated propaganda for what the Cuban government is attempting to accomplish.
Okay. What do we know about Che Guevara? Anybody?
To be honest,
Have you been
not
listening?
enough.
Have you been listening for the past hour and a half? Like,
Not enough.
Taylor
Taylor
knows quite a bit.
I know history, and I know like the guy.
I know he led a revolution in Cuba. I know of, he became a figurehead martyr, I assume. Like, I honestly do not know even like the Wikipedia.
He was the guy.
Okay.
He was the guy enough removed from a position of power that he was allowed to keep like the ideology of the movement intact. Where if you're the guy that makes the decisions, you're going to become a hypocrite. Like life finds a way to make a hypocrite of us all. Especially when you're a political leader.
To uber simplify it, but like, you know, Fidel's the sellout, but Che got to have that ideology. He got to like...
He never sold out. Yeah,
yeah.
100%. In the fact that like, but he was never in a position enough where like that became a necessity. Because when you're a leader in politics, no matter what end of the spectrum you're leading from, you are going to do things that make you a hypocrite.
Oh, yeah.
And thus
You're
ideological, inconsistent, and a bad martyr for whatever your cause is.
You have to stay pure to your cause to be a good martyr, right?
100%.
So Che was through and through about his cause. From what I've gathered, from what I've read, you know, I didn't read his diaries, I didn't read guerrilla warfare, so I don't have the works that he published. I can only read from what people have written about him.
Yeah.
So after 3 years of doing medical assistance abroad in Latin America, South America, he set out for Guatemala to kind of do another branching and go to a bunch of other areas, hotspots that needed assistance. When he saw that the Guatemalan government was trying to fight against the United Fruit Company, so he wanted to be a part of their cause. He stayed in Guatemala for a while, and so what was occurring was Jacobo Arbenz was the leader of the Democratic Party in office, and they ruled unused land in Guatemala was going to be redistributed back to the people. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, got another question again. I love this subject, so I'm a bit of an eager student.
Same.
The United Fruit Company, is that Jaquita, or is it Dole? Like, who is the corporate
It's
overlord
Dole.
in that? It's
Dole.
Dole for it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he led, but he was never a part of. So they were planning to redistribute land in Guatemala back to the people who don't own any land whatsoever, and this would have affected the United Fruit Company by like hundreds and thousands of acres.
They're
Guatemala.
attempting to nationalize their natural resource. Like, they are the people who have the fruit, who grow the fruit, whose blood, sweat, and tears go to making the fruit come out of the tree. But that's going to be really bad for American shareholders, so the CIA probably should get involved in some sort of regime change.
Would you believe that Arbenz was in office and he enacted this, and the United States didn't like it?
We hate it when a country all of a sudden takes autonomy over their
Especially
natural
when
resources.
They speak Spanish. We
Yeah.
don't like the Spanish ones.
Well, that's how
So-
you get the American people on board, the dum-dums that live in fucking Iowa, across coast to coast in the U.S.
Yeah.
It's
They
the
did,
capitalist interest of like, well, this is going to hurt my share value.
Well, also, like, you don't have, hey, we're trying to do regime changes and everything too much outside of the continental North-South America. For a while, like, you had a
This is
period...
the 1950s, man. We're in Korea.
Yeah.
We're a global
We
player
are.
at this point. We are. Anytime a country wants to own their own natural resources and
Not
like
on my
have
watch.
some autonomy over it, we are
Not
the
on my red, white, and
motherfuckers
blue
stepping
watch.
in and saying,
Yeah.
we're gonna have a democratic election where someone from the extreme political minority is going to become the leader, who's entirely
Taylor,
dependent upon us.
let me tell you this. As it refers to Arbenz, it was very next level. They began funneling in new radio stations that were propaganda against him into Guatemala. And then they started dropping leaflets, like pamphlets, about anti-Arbenz propaganda to convince these people
I
to
heard
vote
he's gay.
him. And then... and then when that wasn't quite working, they just decided to start bombing Guatemala.
Yep. That's our final
So-
result.
As
We'll just
we
fucking
do.
murder a bunch of you until we get
There's
the
a
guy that
good-
we want in charge.
God dang it! Why don't we just bomb the some bitches?
It's a tale as old as time. If you like enough about history, you understand that like anyone who has even the slight resemblance of hegemonic power wants a bunch of puppet states doing whatever they want, dancing upon your marionette strings.
100% of the time.
Real fucking
Yeah.
pissed when all of a sudden you don't have a marionette in that place anymore, and you do whatever you can to get one back in place.
So it worked, and Arbenz resigned as president of Guatemala. Wow, it's like
That's
it's crazy
actually-
how the government can just make people resign from being president of a country that they don't own. You know,
Pretty lucky that he didn't just die of suicide or some shit.
Heavy quotes
Well,
on the suicide.
With 3 shots to the back of the head.
Yeah.
well, much like Batista in the Cuban Revolution, which would come later, he resigned, and he was like spared his life, you know, just to say, I'm done. I don't need to fuck with the United States government ever again. And he sought asylum in Mexico. And Che was a close supporter of him, very public supporter. And the new regime, Carlos Castillo Armas, took office under the United States shadow government, of course, squashed labor unions, and put out hits on known communists. So Che was warned to go to Mexico as well.
The
And
death
this is
squads
where-
have arrived.
Yeah. I
And then
played this
is where
Kojima
he met
game.
up with Fidel and Raul Castro, and
Yeah.
they formed the 26th of July movement that later became the Cuban Revolution. So there was something of note, just like to put full cards on the table, is some ideals that were going along with the Cuban Revolution. Because it was a very militia-ruled guerrilla warfare. This was not a democratically ran revolution. They led this thing called the Law of Sierra, which was a death penalty for certain crimes. This was an ideal created by Che Guevara, and it would be held as a tribunal that would be held by 2 to 3 army officers, an assessor, and a respected local citizen. And this was for any kind of conflict that would occur in the small tribes, towns, I guess, along Cuba that were not Havana, things like that. And sometimes these disputes would end in a firing squad. So just to put that on the table, it's not that the Cuban Revolution was without bloodshed in terms of getting revenge on, a government that was corrupt. It was also, and this was mostly for defectors of the Batista regime. They were people who were trying to equate themselves back into the society post-revolution, and they thought like, no, you're still a Nazi. You worked for that guy and you took orders from this guy. We still have hard feelings.
The Gusana.
Yeah.
There was murder.
Things are always messy, especially if you're doing like imposed regime change.
But I put that out there to also put in that Che was very ahead of his time, and he sought certain full-fledged communist values, and he tried to implement them into Cuba. He had this idea of the new man, el hombre nuevo, and he wanted citizens to recognize people not by their race, not by their gender, not by their individualism or manual labor efforts, that a Cuban is a Cuban, and he wanted to see people gender fluid. He wanted to see people incorruptible, non-materialistic,
Not
and
defined by
anti-imperialist.
what they do for a living. The introductory question you get at any major social gathering of like, hey, so what do you do for a living? You can make a lot of assumptions on gender identity and things of that nature. But when you're at like the cocktail party, it's so what do you do? And then that's when the person makes an assessment of you of like, what's your social value?
Yeah.
Are you the guy who's a project leader or have an executive position within a company? Or are you the guy that's like making the product in which the company is able to sell to produce their value? Yeah, like the thing that, differentiates us quite a bit in the Western capitalist world, but in a more equitable world where like everyone is responsible for everything that the company produces, everyone is important for the role they play in
Yeah.
the process.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Right, we kind of had this conversation with the latest Toyota episode.
Yeah, with
Oh,
Kaisen.
yeah.
That the plant,
Yeah.
the plant can shut down to inspect a process to better the process, and it gives value to the worker involved to say that their part of the process is necessary and manageable, and gives pride to the people involved.
Which is truly the weird dichotomous nature that I have seen from an entirely outsider perspective of Japanese culture, which is so like anarchistic, capitalistic, where like businesses control everything and that's how the way the world is. But within that you have this like cultural, societal norm of like each individual is a worthy like contributor to the entire effort.
Yeah.
Where something like Kaizen is allowed to flourish. And I have, not to jump back into my own episode, but I've like talked to folks who have seen the bastardization of that in the Western world, where like there are American corporations who are capitalistic in nature and everything is all about what your share value is and the profits that generates for those who own the most shares of your company. Where like it's no longer about the concept of we are all in this together and everyone who is involved in this process should have an equal share of the say of how this process runs, and that's how we get to the most like effective, efficient, best possible product. And instead just goes to like we need to work really hard and like sacrifice our personal lives to make the best possible product ever to increase shareholder value. I shit you not, I did my entire Toyota War episode to my father, and when I got to the point where I explained Kaizen to him, it was as if I was speaking Mandarin, because this is a man who works for Boeing, where Kaizen has been implemented but not to its intended extent. And it's so weird and so absolutely Japanese from a cultural standpoint, where like we need to make a fucking profit, but we're all in this absolutely together, so everyone needs to be a part of the process.
Well, we
And
see that in so many other things, like sick days. So you have a day that if you're sick, you don't come into work, but if you use the sick day, it's like you're not supposed to do that. And I imagine like a modern day Kaizen is like, yeah, we want to hear from you as much as possible about how you can improve your job. But don't ever come to us and talk to us about how you can improve your job.
You're letting everyone else down
Excuse me.
every time you shut down the process yourself as an individual. Sorry, not to jump into my own episode, Zach. This is your presentation. I just wanted to go on a bit of a tangent. You're talking about things I'm very passionate about.
It works its way in because that is a very like communism is sprinkled in everywhere and everything.
Yeah.
The library is a communist idea, and so like when it comes up, you can see this correlation between the thing we're talking about here, and everything's kind of all attached together. So I don't mind. But we'll move along with Che in his life and times. When the Cuban Revolution, settled and everything, he took office. He was a part of the national, he was part of the government. He was president of the National Bank of Cuba for about 2 years before he became the Minister of Industries in 1961, whatever that kind of title means. Ryan, you kind of put it that way, or one of you guys put it that way. One guy is the corrupt guy. One guy has to keep the ideals, flowing. And I think Che held the office of.
You got a
person
Lenin and
who has to-
Trotsky.
I got to keep
Lenin
the
and
vibes
Stalin,
going.
you got your Trotsky.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
keep the person who's keeping the ideals of whatever got you into power within arm's reach, but they have that
ideologue
freedom.
mascot
Yeah.
of what it is, and then you have the person who is responsible for all of the decisions that like impact people's lives, and
the guy who
rubber
cuts
meets
the checks and
road.
stuff.
Yeah.
You got the ideas guy, and then you got the movers and shakers guy. So Che was very the movers and shakers guy. He was the guy that during his time as the Minister of Industries, he kind of parted farther ways with the United States, involvement with the United States, and went closer to Soviets and invested more of the money into production done in like East Germany, Soviet Union. He did this whole final tour. I call it the final tour because it's the last time people saw him. He was ever publicly in the spotlight on film, video, anything. He did his final tour where he went to the UN. This shot here, where he gave the United States the business about how they treat African American people, saying,
Word.
those
Yeah.
who kill their own children and discriminate daily against them because of the color of their skin, those who let the murderers of blacks remain free, protect them, and therefore, furthermore, punishing the black population because they demand their legitimate rights as free men, how can those who do this consider themselves guardians of freedom? And then he goes to Algeria, where he starts talking about, he starts throwing under the mud all these Latin American countries that are doing more work with imperialist countries like the Soviet Union, like the United States, and sacrificing the ethics that he was behind. And he called for arms. He said, look at what Vietnam is doing. Look at how the Vietnam are fighting the United States. He wants to see more Vietnams happen until all of Latin America is free from imperialist rule. And imperialism is wiped off the face of the planet.
100%.
And this
Yeah.
was not very good for business in Cuba. Fidel did not like how this was going.
He
So
got a
when he
taste of
finally
what
comes
it's
back-
like to have somewhat power.
So this Algerian presentation was his last public appearance ever of his life. And when he got back to Cuba, he kind of just went into hiding. Fidel was very upset with him for how he talked down to the Soviets, who kind of cut the check for Cuba. They kind of supply them with the arms. They supply them with a lot of modern day things needed to survive. Excuse me. So he went into hiding, and people started to suspect that Fidel had him killed. But he left to go to Bolivia and start a new revolution against the Bolivian government.
How long ago? How
appar-
long between like
Yeah, what's
you
the
know
year on that?
disappearing and then popping up in Bolivia? Like how long
About
did he?
6 months.
Okay.
He was in hiding for like 6 months, and
So-
once he was out of Cuba,
This is still the 1960s.
Yeah, so it's long enough.
1965.
Okay.
Long enough to where they're like, we know O'Shea's out there. He's gonna pop up somewhere, and he pops
There's a
up
lot of
in-
people in South and Central America who are enacting the will of their government, whether
Yeah.
they be Israeli people chasing down Nazis, or whether they be, counter-revolutionary trash trying to get away from the influential people who have like ideological ground to stand upon, or they're just imperialist pigs looking to assert their own influence.
Oh, yeah.
So he had left Fidel with parting words. He wrote a letter to Fidel saying that he still supports the Cuban Revolution. He still supports the Cuban government, but he resigns from his position and he renounces his honorary Cuban citizenship. And he's on to Bolivia to fight another war to liberate another country from the shackles of imperialism. And apparently this is a real letter. It's not like some sort of, like a Jim Jones fake letter he had somebody write saying like, hey, so Charlotte's off. And it's a real letter that he wrote to Fidel Castro, not like some political stunt Fidel pulled out of his hat to say like, Che, I didn't kill Che or anything like that, and everything's fine.
It's not a letter saying, hey, dear Fidel, I'm totally cool. I'm not dead at all whatsoever. I'm just
What
Thank
you
you so
been
much for having
doing?
sex with my wife all
I'm
those
learning
times.
how to surf. I got 3 kids. It's great. Nobody worry about me ever again or ask any questions.
You ever watch any episodes of Ted Lasso, etc., etc.?
So he was in Bolivia for 2 years building a guerrilla militia to fight up against the Bolivian army led by, I had it written down here, but it looks like I deleted it.
Some guy that was put there by the CIA.
But you
It
guys
was-
mentioned this was
Go ahead.
Dole, like a Dole incident in Bolivia. So it's like a corporation backed by the government.
Banana Republics. Like, the
Versus-
term exists. Like, the clothing brand is just somewhat of an American psyop against, like, the term of a Banana Republic, which originally starts with, like, the Dole Fruit Company, and a guy that was just like, I really want that fucking country because it's a great place to grow bananas, and the U.S. government
fucking great
being
bananas
like,
out there.
I don't necessarily agree with that, but this guy being like, I have enough fucking money, I'm gonna hire my own army of mercenaries to go fuck shit up and overthrow their government and place a guy that I have selected to be the leader of the country who is going to do whatever I want for my business interests.
Taylor, you're telling me that the world's most boring clothing store is really named
psyop?
after
It's a
a
show
war
operation?
crime?
A fucking
Well,
psyop.
just at the very least, named after what is essentially like a war crime.
One of the America's
Yes.
like greatest shames and like fucking
Like
sins
Auntie Anne's
against the world.
Pretzels isn't named after a genocide. Like
It's not named against one of our greatest sins where Aunt Anthony or Aunt Antonia went in and overtoppled a democratically elected leader and then instead instilled some sort of like Western backed fucking tyrant who murdered the population who were just attempting to have health care and to learn how to read. No. But Banana Republic does have that, and it's somewhat of a question of like, hey, is this a psyop? Is this a way to like modify the search engine optimization of the phrase Banana Republic to get Western capitalistic Americans to see a bunch of fucking polo shirts,
Just a bunch
rather
of
than like
Oakleys
the
and
fucking
striped shirts.
absolutely original
Some-
sin
You know,
of their
I
bad
also have a
bikinis.
couple theories on that too. Like, I think the app ZipRecruiter is so when people type in ZipRuiter, that it will not come up with the JFK assassination video.
Then auto text.
Zach, you can't say those words out loud. They're on to you.
We're all on a list.
You're on to something. We're all on a list now.
Our passports are fucking worthless at this
Okay,
point.
we got to finish up with Shay because this is still the same slide we went to break on.
Yeah.
He's a handsome devil.
so
He's the
it's
ideologue.
Sometimes not. But
He's the guy that looks best when you look at it
But he-
through the spectrum of history.
But he
onward.
disappears once he goes to Bolivia,
No.
right? Like he's
Yes,
he's
in the
there
jungle
for
for
the
2
action.
years.
Yeah.
He's in the jungle for 2 years fighting against President Rene Barrientos. And
Fuck
he
that
had him
guy.
ordered
Yeah.
to be killed.
Don't know
and
a
so
goddamn
one day,
thing about him, but fuck him.
yeah.
He deserved to get fucking overthrown.
So, one day in October 9th, he was captured in the morning, and he was executed by noon.
Hell
he was
yeah.
shot 9 times. And this was supposed to be staged like they came across the camp and he was like shooting at them, so they shot him back. But then the guy that was shooting him, who volunteered, the executioner, Felix Rodriguez, he was getting taunted by Shay. And Shay was like, "Shoot me, you coward. Shoot me, you idiot." And so he just blasted him 9 times. It did not look like an accident. It looked like got something out of it. Okay, so that's the slide on Shay. That is his life, his legacy. A medical professional that is trying with his heart, going through Latin America to
He's a complex individual.
better the world.
100%. We've recently stumbled upon a theme in this podcast, all three of us, where you run into these real, like, socioeconomic political leaders who are very complicated.
They're very
Whether
humanizing.
it be Muammar Gaddafi, Tsar Nicholas,
Yeah.
or Che Guevara, these people have multitudes, whether it be positive or negative, and it is up to the individual to decide whether the positive outweighs the negative or not in this person's life.
What a great segue, because
Oh my God, he
does
still
image-
lives. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
How does the image of an Argentinian doctor who has moved his way through Latin America, setting a blaze of communism, become a global symbol? And how does someone who never became a president or dictator or czar or king become more recognizable than, a lot of people that hold that title?
I have a hot take answer, and I don't mean we're
Hot
both
take?
racing.
Get
that hot take out of the
our
oven.
answer might be similar to one another.
It's counterculture. Depends on things that are against. I mean, not just in nomenclature, but like counterculture depends on being anti-establishment,
100%.
anti-American, and when you have somebody like Shea, who is a being compared to like the person who kind of did sell out. He didn't sell out on ideals and kind of became a martyr for anti-American
You got it. You got
like
it. in one
identity
fact.
politics,
Zagaki.
but like surface level. You could wear a T-shirt with Shea and be like, "I'm upset with America," and here you go. That's your entryway drug into that is an image of Shea. As weird as it sounds, it could be anything. But
you're right. You're 100% correct. That's why you have a fucking billionaire in bottom center of the screen.
Is that
wearing,
Jay-Z?
That is Jay-Z himself.
The Rock is in the building.
You might have heard of me mention him in some of the Toyota episodes. It's not the 2 Jay-Z engine. It's the single Jay-Z, the man, wearing an image of Che Guevara, despite the fact that motherfucker's a goddamn billionaire.
Oh.
Absolutely everything that a Che Guevara would have stood against of one individual hoarding so much of the wealth and not sharing it amongst the many. But, you know, that is, I believe, maybe potentially a point that Zach might be getting at, where
There is also a postmodernism of it.
Yeah.
Where
There's a lot
100%.
going on
where
here.
you're outside the gravity well of irony at that point, and you're just a billionaire wearing the shirt of somebody who would not agree with the
Who would
billionaire.
have fucking strung you from the goddamn nearest tree and taken everything in your bank account to distribute it amongst the masses.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
There's a lot going on here, and throughout the rest of these slides, we'll have this discussion going on, and I like where you guys are at with it too. With Jay-Z, I was just looking for
This nightmare
images of
doesn't
celebrities wearing like the shirt or something like that, and I didn't even think much about.
It's not
Jay-Z's
even
status.
Jay-Z as an individual.
Who's
it's anyone
Who's
who
the
has,
white guy? Who's the white guy in boots wearing a shirt? Is that Chris Hemsworth?
Shia LaBeouf.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Hugh
who
Jack-
also would be strung up from a fucking tree for his resources to be distributed amongst the masses.
Absolutely.
But I also want to explore that Jay-Z was a product of the environment he was in, and he survived it to the degree that he became a successful capitalist, new money. And I think what most imperialism, anti-imperialism is focused on is the silent part of old money. It's people that have constantly profited off of this system and in bastardized countries because to maintain their level of generational wealth.
To stay
Whereas
there at
Jay-Z
the top.
makes his nut in his lifetime. He's not perpetuating any kind of. He's not exploiting people to make his money. He's not.
that is also a
making
bonus.
it off of the backs of
Isn't it?
others.
There's
He
a
is
point.
To an
He's
extent.
a
Can we add a
generation
comment,
billionaire,
Zach?
you know?
Can we add a
He-
comma?
Jay-Z, yes, is a first-generation billionaire. That Blue Ivy Carter is the second generation of this amalgamation of two capitalist billionaires.
It was an
pairing
arranged
together.
marriage. Everybody knows that was a royalty marriage.
I have a whole anthropology project I got an A+ on when it comes to American celebrities and the old world understanding of royals that you may have inspired my first non-Toyota slideshow out of, Zach. But yes, but Jay-Z, amongst those who have amassed an insane amount of capital that is far beyond any family can consume in multiple generations, a billionaire, and multiply that by 2 with the fact of who his wife is.
Yeah,
But
arguably more
Jay-Z
famous than this.
did accomplish that in a blue-collar way. This is a man who had dealt crack, had sold drugs on the street corners, as open and available to the imperialist, anti-drug, war on drugs, fucking machine, white nationalist structure.
Preach it. Oh,
that could have snatched this man up at any fucking point in time, but it didn't. He outwitted the system enough till he had amassed enough capital to then become a capital owner and start Rockefeller Records. And the success goes on from there to the point that they're good friends of the Obamas. But, you know, there is a transitionary period where you go from the proletariat to the bourgeois.
exactly.
And
So what if I told you there is a breadcrumb of this image that we can crawl down and get our own assumptions on how this throwaway image taken in 1960, 1961 became one of the most iconic images of all time. And it begins in April. Oh, no. So this was taken in 1960. So it begins in 1961, April, which was over a full year after this image was taken. Corda was asked by the newspaper, the Cuban newspaper Revolucion. They were advertising a conference that featured Che, and Che was the main speaker. So they put out a huge page ad with him and the date and time and everything. But that conference was disturbed because of the Bay of Pigs invasion. So the conference was rescheduled again for April 28th. And the same image was reused 2 weeks later. And so this comes into an effect of when we get to the talking about the power of this image and Che being a martyr for, you know, his communist beliefs and trying to overthrow governments. Che was aware of this image of himself and saw it being used to advertise him to speak, which is a very powerful thing to feel. A full page ad. Could this have influenced him to become further, like, more stand behind his beliefs and
radicalized?
Well, that, and it's the every man changes, every person changes when they get that, like, hint of fame. When you are getting a front page ad for your speaking, like, yes, you are passionate about your beliefs, but people are joining in.
Everyone
in full
faces
mass.
a fork in the road when the bag is presented to them.
And it's always evolving and changing.
Regardless of the size of the bag.
Yeah. And did Che fuck up? I mean, I don't know. This isn't my episode. Did he
What?
did he ever have anything where like any writings or anything where he's denouncing the fame?
Not that I could tell. Nothing I found quoted on him. That because there truly was no celebrity behind it. The image was only available to him, so it would have been a very private thing that he would have interpreted to himself and been like, because it was not being published everywhere. And celebrity of Che he was only known for his politics and as for his, you know, being a part of the Cuban Revolution, and he was only known amongst Cubans. A time before we were so globalized that the internet could, like, say, look at this really cool Cuban revolutionary guy. Isn't he a hunk? And then everybody's like, oh, yeah, remember the hunk Cuban revolutionary? So he was very concentrated to Latin America. So what makes it even more interesting is this breadcrumb trail of how this man born in Argentina that became a doctor, that went to Cuba to overthrow the government, spread out through Europe in the sake of his own image. So when he was killed on October 8th, 1967, it was about a week later Cuba found out about it. And the image was used to hang over the government building that he worked in. To the next slide.
It's agitprop. It's how you continue to reinforce the ideal of your culture versus in this culture war of the West versus the East, even though this is a guy who left because your country was no longer like ideologically aligned with what they
What he
represented.
had set out for, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the second time Cuba had seen the image. I mean, there's the 2 printings, but this is the second instance where it was brought forward to Cuban attention. You get to see this huge banner being dropped off. This was painted overnight by a guy when he found out about Shea's death.
He did fucking
And,
good overnight.
By a guy. That is.
Well,
the
one. I'm
operating-
counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like, we're talking 100-foot hotel building. You at least gotta paint white from the top down. You gotta prime it. And then you start painting black. Like,
But the thing, and we can see in the dead center of the picture, it didn't necessarily happen overnight. Got the outline.
what's the dead center? Is that picture taken?
That's what it is today. This is forever.
Oh, because it's painted over.
Because the people.
This is a steel
Yeah, no.
welding.
And what
on the
I wanted
outside.
to
It's not a
point out
painting at all.
to Ryan's like talking point is a guy.
A guy.
A guy,
Yeah.
one of the people, those
Mm-hmm.
who do not exist within a privileged confine of like a amazing spawn point where like wealth is automatically generated for you. And all that you need to succeed in life is that the socioeconomic norm continues to like drive the way it has. The engine continues to turn for you and those like you. This is a guy that painted that. A guy who sits outside of that spectrum. Who,
Yeah.
is one of those people who
A
could
night
get
out-
a better fucking slice of the pie if the pie was divided up a little bit fucking more evenly.
That and there's not too many people, even in world history, that get a portrait painted of them that's fucking 80 feet tall.
Not unless
Even
you're Andre the Giant.
70 feet tall. Okay, we'll take away 10 feet. Like,
So these images were taken from a video on YouTube because I couldn't find stills.
I
of
can
it.
see they have
this
the
is a-
time
this is a
code
eulogy
in the
being
picture.
given by Fidel at the Capitol building. The Plaza de la Revolucion. And so now outside of that is a sculpting of the same image to represent the iconic moment when the nation of Cuba found out that or celebrated the life of Che Guevara and everything he did for them. But that's not where it stops because he goes through Europe. That I think. Hang on, let me see if this is the next slide.
I have a connecting point if you'd
yes.
like.
Who goes
Sure.
through Europe?
His name is Pat Tillman here in America.
Yeah, he died for our sins.
Pat Tillman is an NFL player, a guy who made it through the college football plantation system to make it to the NFL to play for the Arizona Cardinals. And then those two tall boys fell on September 11th, 2001. And you had a NFL player, a guy who had not only like the natural athletic gift, which is good enough to make him to the point where you become someone who generates generational wealth within our American capitalist system, who was so inspired by like the events that occurred, he went into the military. You have
And
a
he
guy,
died by friendly fire.
You have a guy who died by friendly fire, whose death was covered up by the military-industrial complex, the War Pigs machine, because this is a dude
in their messes.
This is a dude who immediately went from the fucking frying pan into the fire and realized how shitty those in the frying pan have it, and how fucked a system it is where the frying pan is allowed to set itself down on whatever fire it so chooses. And because that particular dissenting voice had achieved such a level of celebrity that was created by the fucking war machine itself, of someone who has succeeded through their God-given talents to the point that they've made it to the upper echelon, that now the machine spins the narrative of like, this is meritocracy in action, and this is truly a hero. This is someone who has so much better than us that they were capable of being in the NFL. Patrick Tillman. That
Who the fuck's Patrick Tillman? That's the thing. That's
oh my God! I am so glad to give you an education on this. This is.
Well, I mean, I don't mean to keep things at a full break, but I'm sitting over here like,
no.
I'm gonna know who Patrick Tillman is.
I do not want
Patrick Tillman, the football player. He went to Iraq. He got shot by friendly fire, and now he's dead. He's a martyr for going overseas.
I don't want to put words in Zach's mouth, but honestly, these are somewhat similar figures: a Che Guevara and a Patrick Tillman. Of these cultural symbols of your ideology, even though they do not mesh when you actually learn about the person themselves and what they thought and what they believed and who they were. I feel like I'm at church.
Who is Jesus? Who is Patrick Tillman? Just give me the basics. Who is he?
He's a guy.
He's a football player.
Who was a talented football player.
He's a football player.
And then 9/11 happens, and this dude signs up to go to the Middle East. And
and then he gets killed by Americans.
He is shot by friendly fucking fire.
It's the great American story. He gets
every year during Veterans Day, they're like, look at Pat Tillman, look at Pat Tillman.
Every Memorial Day, every Veterans Day, every time there is paid patriotism where my ass in my nosebleed seats as a Seahawks season ticket holder has to watch an AC-130, F-16s, F-22s, or some fucking Apache helicopters streak over the fucking stadium, and then my dad is fucking emotionally moved by the process.
And he's got a boner for some reason.
Into the fucking system, and I'm sitting there with my hat still on during the national anthem.
Wow.
Those people would point to Pal Tillman and his heroic sacrifice to be part of the American military-industrial complex. But this is truly a complicated individual who was intelligent, who was thoughtful, who was effectively swept up into post-catastrophe propaganda.
You're on minute 7 of Pat Tillman. We need to move on, buddy.
I love you, Taylor.
These are symbols of an ideology who are corrupted.
I asked the question. I'm responsible for this. I get it.
This motherfucker died to friendly fucking fire.
But at the same time, this is a quote-unquote, heavy air quotes, martyr that somebody could get behind for their beliefs, but at the same time, a martyr can be taken out of control, because one, person dead, and two, original ideology.
That's the stakes of martyrdom, yeah.
Once you're dead, whatever you believed can be fucking corrupted by whoever wants to use you as their figure.
Is your next slide the Bible? Is it?
That's actually what I just realized with the book I finished a year ago. The Chief Seattle and the town that took his name is that all story. There's no written recollection of Chief Seattle. The legacy of Chief Seattle has just been what people want to fit their profile of Chief Seattle would have loved this,
history,
or Chief Seattle would have loved
What a guy who was willing to work with the Denny Party and all the white people who just came the fuck over here and claimed shit.
Yeah.
What a fucking cooperative spirit. Let's name a city after.
No, it just worked out. Ain't nobody got harmed.
Nobody got fucked in the process, and you're okay to be where you are right now.
Absolutely.
Don't feel guilt about the privilege you experience.
Feel pride that you're just living in Seattle.
At fucking $6,000
large city named after a Native
month.
American. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. The Duwamish are still not recognized. That's crazy.
It's insane.
Native American.
They aren't?
No.
Because they protested. They protested that day,
and
they did. And Chief Seattle, his mother was a Duwamish, and so he felt like he betrayed his first tribe by not speaking up for them. He
by cooperating with the Denny Party.
Yeah.
Yeah. By establishing what became our metropolis, the thing that we're all so proud of as like the center of hub, the central hub of culture within the community that we were all raised in. It all is fucking genocide and fucking agitprop and fucking lies upon lies that help us just fucking sleep at night if you're not any the wiser.
We're talking about so many specific examples, but I'm trying not to derail. I'm trying to re-rail
right.
your episode, Zach.
Get this shit back into the water.
Shay becomes the image that pops up in the dictionary under revolution.
Yes.
It's that kind of iconic, which is something we have not touched on in discussion. We've talked about many tertiary, but like...
To loop back into my Pat Tillman point, Pat Tillman became the face of, like, give in to the American war machine. He is a guy who had the absolute possibility of becoming a millionaire in the capitalist NFL system, but he gave it all up to go fight in the fucking military-industrial complex. And this is a motherfucker who had direct correspondence with Noam Chomsky and was a, like, dissenter. He was in the military-industrial complex, realized that the situation that he was in was fucked, was imperialistic, and that everything he had signed up to do was an absolute lie, and he was there to simply protect the interest of fucking capital.
Mr. Moffat,
he died in friendly fire for it, and we drag his corpse out every fucking November when we're recognizing the veterans.
Because
it's a real weekend at Bernie's.
That's the martyr. That's the god.
Every fucking Sunday.
Mr. Moffat, you mentioned you had a slide earlier with an Uncle Sam, and your Pat Tillman is somewhat of that and your Che Guevara, like your fucking.
These are symbols.
These are faces that are a call to war for your beliefs. In a way, like a
perverted, twisted way,
a perverted celebrity call to your beliefs. Like it's a disgusting pivot on that. It's something that, like, I'm not immune to propaganda, but like I recognize when a celebrity's trying to sell me something. And when a celebrity tries to sell let's go kill thousands, and the celebrity's dead, but hey, we're going to hang up an image of somebody, and we hope you can kill hundreds of thousands of whoever these people are, but the ideals behind it are going to make it matter.
My ultimate point is there's nothing more useful to the machine than someone who isn't alive anymore to raise an objection to what you're using their image for.
Well, ideas persist, like good ideas transcend the person, though, Taylor, in a way. But that person, it's a human.
History proves otherwise.
You're onto it. You're onto it, Ryan, and that's we'll actually get to something like that later on in the slides. But he is there to preserve his current image, and in postmortem.
Yeah.
Postmortem. He is able to still preserve the necessary rights of his movement through means. But to get there, we have to talk about how he spread through Europe. Okay.
Okay.
So, while in Bolivia, next slide, please. While in Bolivia, trying to negotiate the release of French journalist Regis Debray, this is Gian Giacomo Feltrinelli. He's a very Italian man.
Who is he? Mr. Mustache and Glasses?
Mr. Spaghetti on bottom left and bottom right.
I mean, Mr. Spaghetti.
And bottom, or top right, top left.
It's
who could
the
play
mustache.
This,
I could notice this from a mile away. Every photo, that mustache, he found a style and he ran with it. Che lets the patches grow in.
His-
And shaves it.
He's a
And, you know,
person.
hair
He's a
comes in.
POC.
But
He's a
this
person
guy-
of carbonara.
He's not only a person of carbonara. He's somebody who decided I'm gonna look like I'm wearing the fake mustache and glasses.
The Groucho Mark.
I'm gonna
I am Groucho Marx.
That's my identity now.
My identity is big glasses, big mustache, fuck everything.
Big
else.
nose. I mean, it's there.
Yeah.
So he found out about Che Guevara while being in Bolivia and his efforts to overthrow the Bolivian government. And he was moved by the man, moved by the process he did it and how it was successful in Cuba. So he gained the rights to Guevara's diaries in Bolivia. And he was going to publish them so people can see what a revolution looks like, what the thoughts, publish the ideas that go through someone's head in hopes of invoking more change amongst the world. When people are upset of something, if they know the mindset that led to this, maybe can help for better change. It's better than not publishing something like this.
Every
So we
human-
needed an image to put on the cover of the book, and that's where he met Corda, who had this perfect image of Che Guevara that was just begging to be used for something. It represents a main character. This image, if you look at
is this book like
you want to
the
read it because this is a main character, right?
Yeah.
It's photography meeting the ideology of an individual meets the politics of an individual.
The
and
image
nation.
meets the message.
Art meets reality.
Yeah.
To boil it down to its simplest two components.
And this is where Corda appreciated the efforts of Feltrinelli, that he wanted to promote Che's message, what Che represented to Cuba, what Che represented to communism. So he gave them the image with no charge, nothing like that. Here it is for the cause. And the place and timing of this image coming to Italy is very crucial for its growth. When Che's death was announced, because this happened in early 1963, this exchange of the image happened.
In a country
so Che
that
died
was
in October.
full-blown fascist less than 20 years ago.
What?
Italy. A country that was
Yeah.
full-blown fucking fascist less than 2 decades ago at this point.
Oh, yeah.
There are people alive who were fucking fascists.
Yes.
Who now have kids and potentially at this point very, very young grandchildren.
But we're also
So there were protests that broke out in Milan to Che's death. And the posters were made for the book's promotion, and they were being torn down and put on, posters like this as people protested in the wake of his death. And from there, it became a symbol known to people in Italy and Europe. And Europe being in unrest after World War II, and, there's a lot of unrest happening in the 60s. So it spread amongst there. That is where in 1967, a group called the Provos, a group from Amsterdam, yeah, the Provos. They got a copy of this book and started using the image of Che for their own purposes to represent their revolution against,
The International War on Drugs.
Oh, so it's the kind of thing where once the image was out there, it kind of spread like wildfire, and when somebody's like, I'm
Yes.
anti-something, I'm going to throw that Che image on there because why not? It'll gain attention.
Hey, man, anyone who likes to imbibe in a product of the cannabis plant owes a lot to the Provos.
Yeah.
And ostensibly a lot to Che Guevara if he was the symbol of their very small, geopolitically inconsequential revolution within their country of the Netherlands.
Who the
So-
fuck are the Provos?
The Provos created a magazine and used the image of Che
Okay.
to promote themselves. And Jean-Paul Sartre, he was
He
at the
popped
rally
back
that
up.
day.
Yeah.
He's on the roll of film. This image was taken. He distributes this magazine for the cause of revolution, and he brings it to Ireland, where Jim Fitzpatrick finds this image.
IRA leader.
He's an artist. There wasn't anything about him being in the IRA.
IRA influencer. Like the IRA, like Ireland is possibly the most like revolutionary country within like northwestern Europe where the UK exists. Like no other country has acknowledged Palestine's existence and like deservance to exist than Ireland. A country that has known like imperial oppression.
Oh yeah,
and
rebelling against that oppression.
An attempt to whitewash and like overwrite their culture.
Also, at the same time, this is an Irishman.
Yeah,
this is an Irishman.
I'm kind of bummed that like the fucking 240p JPEG of like pop art.
That's the best one I could find.
No. But I mean, like that image is co-opted by like, but a white Irishman took it and turned it into a stamp.
Not necessarily the worst thing in the world.
It just kind of makes me go like, meh.
It has gone corporate a little bit, but
that is how art is. Ideas spread, and as your culture becomes more interconnected with everything else in the world, you have things popping off and artistic movements that then
co-opt other ideological figures. Yes. Yeah. Zach, do you have a lot to say upon the second image? Because I have some words that I could potentially put out forth.
Yeah. And I can shut up.
No, you guys are doing great. So what I do have to say is that this is a very low-res version. The only way I got this one was to describe something that occurs in his rendition of this image. Jim Fitzpatrick is an Irish artist. He found the magazine that was distributed by Jean-Paul Sartre, and he was inspired by Shea's life and death. And this is a quote from him. At first, it did not print. It was considered far too strong and revolutionary. I was very inspired by Shea's trip to Bolivia. He went there and with the intent to overthrow the intense corrupt government, helped by the Americans at the time. And that's where he died. I thought he was one of the greatest men who ever lived, and I still do in many ways. When he was murdered, I decided I wanted to do something about it, so I created the poster. And I felt this image had to come out, or he would not be commemorated otherwise. He would go where heroes go, which is usually into anonymity. Anonymity. Words are tough.
They are. The English language
for $300 a month, we can send Zach to school to learn how to read.
And for $150, we could maybe send Ryan as well, because I'm the only one that knew anonymity as a word.
So
I just guess.
This became very popular. His take on this, the two tones, black, white, and then a background color. He started making prints, and from there he was printing, sending it off to other parts of Ireland. He was sending it to France and to the Netherlands. And he had a shipment go to Spain, but that was seized by police. And something special about... I'm spitting, sorry. Something special about his version is he declares that he has put an F in the right corner for Fitzpatrick. So when he is out and about and he sees a version of the Shea image, if he sees that F in the corner of the shoulder, then he knows that it is his version.
That's a signature.
He also is noted that he moved the eyes higher on the image to more represent him on the spectrum of forehead to eye ratio, but that's kind of just like something I read online, that he moved the margins of the head. I believe I have a side-by-side later on in the slides, but...
Like, maybe he squashed it or, like, just tweaked the eyes a little bit.
When doing the stencil of it, I believe he just, like,
and
cut some margins and moved the nose and eyes up.
Regarding the fact, I'm an American dumbass, but I do know a little bit
That's my favorite Green Day album.
And it's a truly like transformative, like the image that you have on the right, Zach.
Yeah.
You have the artist, you have the man that was inspired by the figure and the art that he had created.
The photo
and what you have there on the easel behind him.
Yeah.
You have the image of Che Guevara, the ideologue, the revolutionary, the one who overall in the narrative history didn't sacrifice like the meaning behind the revolution. And that is significant in and of itself, particularly when it comes to Irish culture. And then you have what is in the upper right corner of that image, you have Ire. You have the E with the accent above it, IRE. That is the Irish Gaelic name for Ireland.
Yeah.
Ireland is an anglicized English version.
Too many vowels, if you ask me. You know what I'm saying?
It goes from 2 to 3 syllables. You have the anglicized version of Ireland, like the land where the people who have denoted and identify as Ire live. It is Ireland. And a country that has dealt with oppression and colonization and exploitation of their resources. So it's very, very
it's
easy
a layer
to
of punk
understand
rock. Yeah.
where a man who had grown up in a country such as that could recognize a figure roughly halfway across the world who shared a similar ideology as the person. Yeah. And this is the ideologue. This is the person who didn't negotiate away or compromise any of their ideological integrity to then become part of the power structure. This is a guy, as Zach explained to us, who, when shit got outside the spectrum of their ideology, they didn't stay and become part of the machine. They moved on and found another place where the seed of revolution could then blossom.
Absolutely.
It's
the perfect image to represent the perfect martyr for the cause.
I've been trying to come up with like a superhero analogy this whole time for Che Guevara, and I don't have one because there's no real analog there other than
Not in
really,
our world.
really watercolor brushing some shit. But he is a Mad Max.
I'd say the Martian Manhunter, maybe.
I want to go with Mad Max, though. He's kind of like, he comes in,
Yeah.
he solves a problem,
Yeah.
he brings about his ideology, and he turns some people good, heavy quotes, in a way of like, nope, I got this ideology, I'm coming in, solve the problem, I'm gonna get out regardless, like... Slippery.
And I see him as this foreign person, an Argentinian to Cuba, in that relationship. This foreign person that comes in and has the solution. He's accepted as a part of the pack. And then soon when we run out of figures to point the finger at, we now find him. That he is now no longer fits in with our society, and we need to exile him to something else. And he needs to find a new place to revolutionize, like the Martian Manhunter. Never been a human, so he isn't human. So he has to be pushed off to somewhere else. And then he finds Bolivia, and he is he is too much for Bolivia that he meets his match. The reality of his actions gets him killed.
He becomes a symbol for the revolution.
Yes,
in a way, a universal
any revolution,
universal symbol for any revolution. We could ask 100 people, and they would attribute 100 different superheroes or whatever character tropes to a Che Guevara. Mm-hmm. That all ring true to him.
In America, 50 of them would contribute him to be a villain.
Of course,
but at least,
but there would be 50 different ones.
They don't know why, but they know he's a villain, is what the 50 would say.
But one image can invoke so much.
100%, and that leads me to the other piece of white text on that particular image, because everything else is relatively symbolic of an occupied area who is under the thumb of an imperialistic power who represents the interest of the people, those whose blood, sweat, and tears go into what is produced from that particular like square footage or square mileage of land that may or may not be in contention of those hegemonic powers of the world. And you have right below ire the European Union symbol of a euro and 1. So 1 euro is what that stamp costs. And if you're a Western liberal who enjoys the benefits of and the treats and the spoils of a capitalist society, that, you know, if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, things are good. If you're in the Southern Hemisphere, things are bad, because it's your blood, sweat, and tears that go into making the products that the Northern Hemisphere enjoys so much cheap and easily accessible, that, you know, it's that stamp in and of itself is a massive like contradiction.
It's a middle finger.
It's a contradiction on, like, this purely from a leftist standpoint. If we, like, take the centrists and the fucking fascists on the right out of the equation, you have the center left versus the actual left. Of, like, the actual left is the revolutionary movement, who is all about equality and equality for everyone across the spectrum. And then you have the center left focus of, as long as shit's good for me, I'm willing to give a little bit of equality for those who make my life easier.
Zach, I just want to know what points you had to make about the...
I'm sorry.
Explain yourself, Zach.
No,
Why
well,
does
this
this
is
slide
great.
exist?
This was because this is the bridge slide, because this is the one that everybody recognized, and this is how he. Sorry, excuse me. This is how he made his way through Europe, was by this variation of the image. A revolutionary looking off into the distance, the future, and leading the charge. You know, he has a star. The star is constantly representative of like a communist revolution.
Oh, yeah.
And it is in a two-tone, and this is what made it easier for distribution, was that you can make one stencil of this, and you can spray paint it anywhere. You can recreate this so easily that this is why, and this is how, it was distributed so easily, because it was minimalized into this manner, and the contents of it, the essence of it, was able to be distributed way more easily. So you brought up, Taylor, northern nations, the Northern Hemisphere nations, and what we have seen from Shay's breadcrumb through Europe is he was first shown off in Cuba in the grand dropping of the huge curtain that has his picture on it, and then we get to see him go through Europe for all these disruptions and all these people protesting one thing or another. This is the image of revolution. Do you guys want to see how it was first introduced to the United States?
Yeah?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Because it kind of misses the point.
I have a good example of how it misses the point.
That it was shown off in subways to advertise the 1968 issue of Evergreen Review. And this is the rendition that we get to see first on our shores. A dark Jesus.
I do like anime
This is
boss
very-
Jesus. I do like him. He's gonna ruin your entire season for your plucky protagonist.
Aesthetically, it's very pleasing, but I hate where it goes from here.
This is crispy chicken Che Guevara. And the use of the green with
Colorized.
the red,
He's
very
like a
colored.
Thanksgiving
Africa, I would
dinner
say more
placed
so
upon
than
a
it represents
cranberry.
South America.
Yeah. Oh my god.
It's a way for white people to see themselves within the white working class who are exploited proletariat, to see themselves within a brown man's world where the people are truly fucked and exploited the hardest to provide the quality of living that the white working proletariat of the north, particularly northwestern hemispheres, is capable of enjoying.
Well, and at the same time, I appreciate you, Taylor, with the positives, but this is a bad rendition. Like, this is somebody's deviant art of the photo. It's
this
bad.
was repainted by Paul Davis. Doesn't quite get more American.
Any
than that.
relationship to Jim Davis, the creator of Garfield?
But he said
This is the third
he was
panel
inspired by
Garfield.
Italian paintings of martyred saints and Christ. So that's how he came to this kind of ending format. Dark tones, lots of red. Over time, history will show the image of Che Guevara alongside aspirations for revolution or change of any type. The piece has become so influential under the public's keep that it has even inspired, like a sequel or to invoke some sort of clout or notoriety. But sadly, the hypers... Sorry. Next slide.
Whoa! Yep.
So
I knew it was coming, baby. I got a fucking bunch of change, and I hope I got enough to buy myself a dub sack. To quote one of our hosts, Ryan Ohlmeyer, about how
I tried so hard to make a double word pun on hope and change.
I had about $20 in change, and I hope I had enough to buy myself a dub after Coinstar. That is words that I heard out of the mouth of one of these three co-hosts of this podcast, and it has stuck with me, fucking emblazoned in the goddamn back of my retina for time immemorium. Because there's nothing more apropos for what you're about to get into, Zach.
So, what I mean that it inspires a sequel, Shepard Fairey swung for the fences with stealing the image by the AP person, creating the same kind of decal-esque version of Obama, and trying to invoke these same emotions that we all felt with Che Guevara as a revolutionary. He did a parody that was too self-aware of what it aspired to be, and to what we got was hope. And I mean, I have a hope shirt. I can grab it if you guys want to see it. I have a Obey,
Like a legitimate
shirt.
2008 hope
hang
shirt.
tight, hang tight.
And Zach also referenced something with the Obey, like in the art style in and of itself, like with the heavy darks, like, and the white, that you take like somewhat of an image of Andre the Giant, and
Well, of
you
course.
co-opt it into this capitalistic
Well,
structure of
you also-
Obey streetwear.
You're not a creator, Taylor. You have to also talk about Photoshop and how easy it was
To just absolutely
to
rip off someone's art style.
Well, to just do a posterized filter with 3 layers and Che Guevara any image. What do you have, Zach?
Can you guys see my camera?
Oh, yeah, no, we got
100%.
you
You are
full-
in focus on the screen recording.
So I have
Baby,
the
hope
original
and
hope.
change.
Not only do I have that one, I have at the time a parody shirt that says brains.
Holy
Obama
shit.
is a zombie.
Well, I mean,
We're going down the rabbit hole here.
I've seen that post, but you've kept your Obama shirts?
Yeah.
2023.
I sold my Kanye West college dropout shirt for $250.
Fuck
That I
yeah.
got back in like 2007 at his concert that I spent $20 on. So, I mean, I'm going to hang on to the Obama shirt because it might be worth a little kind of a chump change. You know what I'm saying? Later down the road when Shepard Fairey is out of jail or something like that.
But I mean, like,
I think he's out of jail now. To be honest.
and honestly, the thought like sprung into my mind as soon as we were entering this slide, when you were talking about how Western liberalism has co-opted this image, and the first thought that popped into my mind was the Hope poster.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because from what I did, I already say, but it is something I found very passionate about, was that the style alone created this idea of lightning striking twice, and that we can all rally behind this revolutionary, influential image that we now, like a Gotham City, we spray paint on the walls to indicate Batman is near or something like that. That this had so much hope of being a good image of a new coming America, but it ended up being, old boss, new boss kind of thing.
Now,
Same as the old boss.
now I don't doubt the evil Empire box, but at the same time, Shea FC.
Okay.
Is that a
I put this in here
image?
because this is a shirt I owned at one point. The Brains t-shirt I have, it was from T Fury, and it was a shirt company that buys someone's print and print it for one day. And however many orders they got in, then they shipped out. So when Shea FC came up, yeah, I bought that shit right away. And that's what I lean into parody. Like this has become such a part of the public eye that it has deemed a sequel, the Hope logo, where it has tried to create like a Dark Knight or to create a Godfathers 2, Goodfellas 2, sorry. And then you have its parody where it's like we are looking at it and it is so in the public eye that we can create a commentary on it. This being representing, Kentucky Fried Chicken and representing an exploitation of animals, not only human labor, but exploitation of, a domestication of animals. And we can put this revolutionary image on top of it, and it is a colliding of two opposite worlds, and it's, to me, hilarious. Yeah, so then also in this image, in this slide, I have, this is a Banksy piece, if you guys didn't know, on the far right side. I originally bought his book, Wall and Peace, which it had the cover of the dude throwing the bouquet of flowers, the classic Banksy image.
Yeah.
This is a piece he put in where he talked about loving to do graffiti or street art above certain heights because cops wore their helmet hat things that covered their eyes, so they never looked up. Pigs never looked up. And
Also,
it was very
pigs are
ironic that
lazy
pigs
as
can never see
shit.
the sky
They're never
itself.
gonna climb up there and paint over it themselves.
Yeah. Especially, Banksy works fast. That's
Yes.
that's
They
the
do.
Because
onset.
Banksy is multiple people at the same
Yeah.
time.
They work in a way that is, both sort of like revolutionary and counter-revolutionary at the same time.
Also, I'm trying to understand the 6 images of a Che Guevara in
So,
this
yes,
Banksy
This
image.
was
There
this-
appears to be like zombie eyes. I'm reading it left to right. Zombie eyes blink.
dollar sign. I think it's dollar signs.
Dollar
then
signs.
it's swirlies. Then it's dollar signs again, and then we
then
have
he's dead.
dripping sunglasses.
Oh,
and then we
yeah.
have washed away just sunglasses, and then fully washed away.
The white
And-
is bleeding through as if he's like burning away like a Raiders of the Lost Ark zombie.
Irrecognizable
well,
from
exactly,
the origin.
exactly, and the intention behind this, as documented by
We could all write
the corporation
on
Banksy.
this art piece.
So they say that this is the example of bastardizing a martyr of revolution, and when you start to use it for consumption, to repeat the process over and over again is to wash away the cause.
It's-
and at the
I
end,
love it.
It being washed and milked away is to say that you can't even recognize who Che Guevara is. The fact that I'm giving you the guys this presentation to talk about Che Guevara is proof that the wash of this has occurred. That you can still see the image, you recognize it, but you cannot say who that is, where that came from, why that is important. And
Color choice
That's
should
what the sixth
also not
panel.
be ignored in this. Literally, the image is being whitewashed. It gets lighter. There is more white comprising the square inchage of the image as you go from left to right.
True. And Taylor, as I do not want to deny you meaning in that sentiment, the original from Jim Fitzpatrick is red background, white face, black So it's not this specific image is now saying whitewashing. It is that I believe the original basis of this image, it is the same color scheme. So it's more of a coincidence that the white is washing down and it is a white color, whitewashing, consumerism, Western,
But so
kind of
extremely
ideals.
apropos as Western liberalism gets its grubby little mitts on like something
Dirty little hands.
something that they like to idealize but never put into practice.
So then I want to address the final two images. Evil Empire box with the deal behind it. This was actually my first introduction to the image of Che Guevara, was buying Rage Against the Machine's Evil Empire and then opening the booklet and seeing all of these books and the Che Guevara image. I mean, I had seen it somewhere, it was like a grainy footage of Vietnam and there's someone with like a Che Guevara image on something. It's like, those are the bad people, don't like that guy. Then I see it in a Rage Against the Machine booklet and I'm like, okay, well then I trust Rage Against the Machine. And then, but this is also an example of somebody co-opting the image of Che Guevara to promote themselves. In this case being Rage Against the Machine, a very communist, very socialist, activist musical group, but in the modern society
Zach
of Western
De La Roche
society,
does have-
of American society, I feel that Rage Against the Machine might be the best arbiters of this message,
Hang on,
image,
hang on.
to carry it on to its next phase.
We got a Taylor is a somebody is a hypocrite moment. Like it.
No. I'm not even attempting to actually, Zach. I'm attempting to and perhaps.
Okay.
Zach De La Roche, the lead singer
Yeah.
of Rage Against the Machine, like him and Tom Morello being basically the heart of that group.
Yeah.
Everything else just sort of being like people who could add to the music of the,
We don't need to talk shit on them, but yes, they are just fillers
I love
to the
Rage Against the
existence.
Machine.
I like it ironically. I didn't like it at the time. when
I
it was
fucking
out.
love Rage Against the Machine.
spoke
I was
to me as
listening
a
to them on
teenager.
my drive back to Washington, man. I was getting
It was
fucking
always
amped.
Tony Hawk fucking music for me. It was
Boo.
To not be to be a white suburban fucking liberal in terms of like geopolitics. Yes, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 and Guerrilla Radio were my first exposure to Rage Against the Machine. Some of my additional exposure to Rage Against the Machine was from family members who may be like part of that bastardization of the Che Guevara image.
You want to know my first exposure to Rage Against the Machine? Godzilla. The 1997
fair
Matthew
enough.
Broderick had a Rage Against the Machine song.
Sure,
so-
or The Matrix. Like it all is
Yeah.
generally around the same fucking time period of my life. I'm sorry for
Zach,
ranting a lot.
Zach, you picked the ultimate like fucking bramble patch of a.
Well, there's a
Of a
lot to talk
topic.
about here because
There's
we all
so
to
much.
talk
It's
about.
truly
There's
what it
so
is.
much
We've
to
all
talk about
had
because
our
you-
own experience.
You have the man, the movement, our own experience, how the image has been co-opted into sort of our modern zeitgeist
Western
of pop
liberalism culture.
You
yeah.
have so many fucking topics.
how neoliberalism has co-opted the image of a revolutionary.
Yeah.
And like bastardized it for profit.
Absolutely. Like so many different you've thrown us in the middle of a bramble patch.
And I have so much to say
So-
on the topic. So thank you, Zach, for giving me an opportunity to run my fucking mouth, even though this is your episode. And I immensely enjoy the way that you've
No,
curated.
comrade, this is our episode.
It's everyone's episode.
So, more on the Banksy image. To me, having researched this, it kind of says to me that, Fitzpatrick does not own his red, black, and white version of this image. There's no copyright. He did not try to file anything whatsoever. He just wanted to publish it. He wanted to make it happen. And, Fetrinelli? He doesn't own this image either. He was given it by Corda back in Cuba. He never filed any copyrights in France or Italy. He never tried to make a profit off of this image whatsoever.
Fuck
And-
IP.
Corda does not own this image either. Because in Cuba, it was considered bourgeois to be able to claim ownership to an image.
Art
you were
is-
given stuff to the state.
Yeah.
Art is of
So-
the people.
Everything's public domain.
To me, this image says the 6 factors of it are we are the arbiters of this. We are the carriers of this message, of this image. Are we doing it justice every time we reproduce it for our new cause? And by the end, we can see that the image is washed and it is nothing. And to me, as this image stands in modern society, this image was taken almost 70 years ago. And I would say Rage Against the Machine is the best carrier of this message. I talked about that it's in our public hands to be delicate with the image of Che, right? To use it to represent things that are meaningful. And we have seen it, in our lifetime become a consumer product of T-shirts and, to see it become co-opted with things that, we don't necessarily associate with the Cuban Revolution or with communist values whatsoever. And when you see that there's no copyright to it, you imagine that the floodgates are open to it.
It's public
that there's
domain.
no... What's that?
Public domain.
Yeah.
The capitalist's worst
Public
fucking
domain. A very
nightmare.
magical word, yeah.
The
Public
thing
domain.
that,
But
to tie back into other episodes of this project,
Yeah.
that someone has been working for 100 years plus to corrupt and basically make illegal through copyright law that something could be of the people
I like
to
it.
do with as they please.
I like that. Does, to your knowledge, both of you, Zach and Taylor, nobody owns the image of Che Guevara. Like,
No.
not the photographer. Nobody. It's
Nope.
public. It
is interpreted as public domain, but we have ourselves some things that are up in the air, and we'll talk about the first one. Smirnoff attempted to use Che's image in an advertising campaign called Hot Fieri, and it had like a jalapeno spice to their vodka. And this was
This
in
sounds
2000, I want to
terrible.
say.
Yes.
Yeah, it sounds like heartburn.
So a company that was publicly funded by the Soviet Union. So something that was truly, it's an idea of the people.
They
It's-
thought it was in-house stuff. They thought they could just get away with something.
But then was bastardized through the fall of the Soviet Union as everyone decided to gobble up
as everybody was.
no.
to
I-
make a corporate resource of what was available.
I feel like you both are giving them too much credit. They just had some pictures of wine bottles, and somebody threw it through like
Vodka.
3 or 4 filters and went like, "Hey, it kind of looks like Popeye." And somebody's like, "Hey, you know what else is Popeye? Pictures of Che Guevara. Why
No.
not?"
Hey,
I feel like that's the amount of thought that went into
Four
this.
words give me everything I need to know about this image. One, this is from Smirnoff, a company that was owned by the Soviet Union as
Yep.
part of the collective of the USSR that then was bastardized post the fall of the Iron Curtain. And then they have a Latin figure of revolution. And what's Latin? Spice. Things that are a little bit weird. And
Hey, what's
Something that
what's
grows off a
gray
vine
area
and is
might,
red.
racist?
might be a little bit harsh to a Western, very white palate. And then you have
We gotta
hot,
put a disclaimer on
fiery,
this one, maybe.
Bloody Smirnoff. You have the Bloody Mary, a vodka cocktail, something that already
You white people
incorporates-
are gonna know it's spicy, much like a revolutionary.
It's not only that; it's a Bloody Mary is a relatively spicy cocktail
Yeah.
to the white waspy palate. It's got vegetables, it's got hot sauce, it's got some seasoning in it, along with the vodka and the tomato juice. That's why every fucking gentrified bar does a Bloody Mary bar during their brunches. You create the Smirnoff vodka now that you are Smirnoff, the capitalistic corporation under this new iteration of whatever the fuck Russia is. You take a Latin hero, you take the stereotype of, ooh, spicy.
Oh, who's the spiciest man alive?
And
It's Che.
you don't need the spice anymore in your Bloody Mary because the vodka provides it for you.
Yeah.
And that's the revolution of this cocktail. Thus, we're
silly as shit.
justified in our Western capitalistic ideal.
Taylor,
of
as we
a revolution
as we-
to use this image.
As we both absolutely destroy this image, I am also going to talk about the man in the lower left-hand corner.
Saddam Hussein with a fucking bowl cut.
It looks like Saddam Hussein, and it looks like he's been taken hostage.
Yeah,
this is what he's been allowed to write to the police.
These are
This is the
only
newspaper
image-
with the date on it. He has to show to the hostages.
This is the only picture
Take a
that has
photo with.
survived of Hassan Hussein once he made it to Abu Ghraib. And
This
it was
person-
purely for promotional purposes
this
before
person,
they hung his ass.
he looks like he's playing Life or Death Pictionary at a point. Like, please.
But
You
I hope
bastards!
you know-
This is Alberto Corda. He took the damn image, my boys. Don't you ever talk about my boy that way.
He looks disappointed by it, so at least there's that.
I mean, I was trying to
And
make
you
the
know
joke of a
what?
hostage.
He was.
Yeah.
Because he sued Smirnoff for use of his image under a French law called the moral law, which is not a copyright law.
International
it is ownership
copyright?
to somebody who produced an item to protect the integrity of work from defamation, distortion, slander, and offensive mutilation. And that is how he won $50,000 from Smirnoff.
Whoa, whoa,
Good
whoa.
for him, and honestly,
What a small payout.
100%. I mean,
Yeah.
from a Western capitalist perspective, $50,000.
But do it on the record before you say that he did donate it to the Cuban Health Administration.
Of course,
Because it's the fucking best in the northwestern hemisphere, like not even hemisphere, quadrosphere of the world, because they actually invest in their people. And also
Go
just
fucking figure.
from a personal standpoint, continues to reinforce the dichotomous opinion I hold of the French people. I've been there. I've been amongst them. I hate them for what they are. It fucking, like, the stereotypes are true. They're rude as shit, and it smells like piss.
They're hairy. They're eating frogs all the time.
I didn't see the hairiness, but yeah, I saw the cuisine. And to be fair to the French, anything's good when you put enough garlic butter on it. Which
Yeah.
is the entire idea of frog legs and escargot and anything in French culture. But like from a personal standpoint, as an American, I'm fat. I don't only speak English despite Duolingo's best efforts. And I got the derision of the people who I interacted with every single fucking time. And yeah, it's the case. And so there's the reason for me to be like, yeah, fuck the French. Y'all turned.
Taylor, you're pissing off all two of our French listeners.
I don't give a shit because y'all turned belly up when the Nazis rolled into your territory.
First
very,
off, learn
very
English,
true.
buddy.
Y'all went like a turtle on the top of its shell as soon as fascism rolled into your place.
Yeah.
But on the opposite end of that coin, anytime anyone proposes anything that is generally bad off to the general populace, you burn your fucking country down. And I gotta say, I absolutely salute you. And I hope nothing changes ever in your country, despite my personal inconvenience while I visited
You know, since 2020, I have seen footage of people rioting in the Paris streets with like torches. I have seen firefighters light themselves on fire and jump into police lines as French protest.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what? This is happening in a modern day?
France-
This is like
as
France is
as
bonkers, dude.
As an
wild.
American, it's a wild fucking place to try and comprehend. I have dealt with the personal ridicule and like impoliteness of being a dumb fucking fat American in France, and yet I see what they do the moment their government decides like, hey, we're gonna make a decision that might fuck you over a little bit.
We want to
And I
raise the
watch them
retirement age.
burn
Yeah.
everything down to prevent that from happening, and I cannot help but respect them despite all of the derision I faced for roughly about a week.
Hey, you know what? To have a little bit of nationalism, gotta have a little bit of bigotry. You know what I'm saying?
France-
Zach, I have
scale's gotta
nothing
be balanced.
against the French.
I do.
I think they're a little weird, but I mean that's just my racism. I
They're
guess.
weird in a lot of ways. Anything when you get to like national scale is a bit rough. Like, you know, I selfishly cited all of their like anti-Americanism, which is 100% understandable, and it was up to my ass to like maybe do some Duolingo to fit in a slight bit better while I was there.
You are a guest, but whatever.
And I didn't because I'm a fucking shitty American. But then also, you know, I can dislike them for that reason, but I can like them for the things that they do. I can also dislike them for the things that they also do pretty poorly, which is like, you know, acceptance of like Muslim people in their culture. You know, they've got a pretty Western imperialistic like standpoint on that of like, hey, just like us here in America post 9/11, where like anyone who's from any region that like honors this tradition and believes in it is automatically going to be a domestic terrorist. You know, what I'm saying is when you get to a geopolitical spectrum, nobody's a good guy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism kind of thing.
Absolutely not.
And there's no good guys when it comes to international relations.
Absolutely. So I want to then talk about Korda here and him suing Smirnoff. He claimed that Shea never drank in his life. As a supporter of ideals of which Che Guevara died, I am not averse to the reproduction by those who wish to propagate his memory and the cause of social justice throughout the world.
I mean,
but
he
I
did
am
seem
categorically
somewhat stoked
against
on-
the exploitation of Shea's image for the promotion of products such as alcohol, or for any purpose that denigrates the reputation of Shea. Reading is tough. So, Korda, he is happy this image is being promoted. He lived until 2000, so it was in a height of revolution across the world his image was used for, and yet he still asked for no dollar from it. Even suing Smirnoff, he took that $50,000 and donated it to Cuba, which I feel, as we have learned about Shea being a martyr for his Marxist beliefs, his communist beliefs, and walking the walk, talking the talk, that even Korda is a bigger hero in the story, being an artist, and being an artist in a small publication area, and still fighting the imperialist ideals of capitalizing on success of your own product. That he found this, he created this huge image, this thing that is being publicized everywhere. And in my heart, I believe that it is so widely publicized because of its essence and purity to its cause. That Korda, even though nobody knows him, he still put out this energy of, I don't want anything from it. I want it to be promoted. Shea, he put out this energy of, I just want to be my revolutionary. I want to create a better life for more generations in places that I go. And because these two forces met together, that this created a very popular image. And to maintain that essence, he needs to set a line that Shea never drank, and I cannot use this image. I can, even though I've taken no dollars for this, I cannot stand to have you use his image to sell alcohol. That is against everything I've said, everything I've wanted in this world. And I think that means that we still have arbiters watching over this image to maintain its essence. And I said that in my slide, in my notes, up until this morning when I found this next slide, guys. Che Guevara is on the 3 peso dollar, and at one point he was on the $3 3 peso coin. And I thought the essence of his image needs to be immortalized, and it's in our hands. But now Cuba has taken, as of 2001, they started utilizing this peso bank mark a piece of paper with Shay's image on it, and on the back is an image of Shay cutting down sugarcane. And then back in 92, they kind of 1990 they beta tested it. They made like a special coin, commemorative coin.
Oh, like
and it really worked.
Coin.
Alpha in the world of software would be generally like the first thing you show to the public. You most likely do not intend that to be like the final product that the public sees, but you like alpha test it amongst like the public that's most likely to be positively receptive of whatever it is you're putting out.
But they legitimately put them on the $3 bill.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny. That's nice.
It's something.
It's
and
PR.
And looking back
It's agitprop.
on all that, what was that?
Agitprop, agitative propaganda. It it evokes something within someone and like gets them to want to take action upon whatever propaganda they're being fed. It's a term that I don't know its necessarily origin of. I steal it from Hassan Piker. That he had a show on the Young Turks called Agitprop. He's probably the most like significant person in like Western media culture that uses the term. May or may not have coined it, but yeah, it's something that's meant to not only like evoke an emotion within someone, it's supposed to evoke them towards some sort of action. It's agitative propaganda.
So it was in 2001 that they began the banknote, and that is, from what I can find, is a year after Corda had died. And that's the only reason I can kind of see this being pushed further into commemorating the Argentinian doctor that came to Cuba to change Cuba forever. I really couldn't find any information on him being used for the 3 peso bill. Even in the history of the image, the history of Corda, the history of Che Guevara, all the Wikipedias, nothing alluded to him being on this bill. So I don't know. I found this out today, and I really don't know what to think much about it.
Neoliberalism takes everything and rolls it up into one bland, homogenized ball of nothing. We've
co-opted the image of a revolutionary and we put him on money.
Or even within like American borders and like the things that we can understand as like native citizens of the U.S. Like we have Sacagawea or Sacagawea, who is the reverse image of our $1, some of our $1 gold coin currency. This is a person who, was pregnant and was not necessarily a guide for, the Lewis and Clark expedition out of the kindness of her heart. Bitch. But like in the end, it gets homogenized. It gets rolled up into the machine of like, hey, this was a cog that fed into the neoliberalistic end result that you currently have now. So let's celebrate that a little bit, even though 99.9% of you will have zero fucking understanding of what it means. In about 100
years, Walt Disney's going to make a movie called Pocahontas, and it's going to be all about this situation.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And everyone's going to love it.
It's the fact that, like, if you can keep people ignorant long enough, you can get them to bite on any propaganda you want them to.
Yeah, I mean, people believed in Jesus for fucking thousands of years.
I believe that 9/11 was an outside job.
You fool!
I believe Mark Wahlberg could have stopped it. But then again, I'm a fucking idiot.
Jet fuel cannot melt steel beams.
Not without a lot of paper, it can't.
I'm surprised that Argentina...
Where are we going to find all that paper? Hopefully they put it in a tall building.
Not in an office building.
No.
That's for sure.
Not 2 office buildings either. Maybe.
Are you telling me the internet could have stopped 9/11?
No.
I almost want to call it something dumb like Muppet Vacation.
It's like
they turned my boy into a Muppet.
It's like
that they can just put on anything.
It's a jujitsu or aikido. Like, you take the opponent's momentum and you weaponize it against them. In the fact of, like, they have, like, a legitimate point. They have, like,
is this cultural warfare in a way?
Oh, well, 100%. Every bit of what we've
Put 'em
covered
on the
here.
money.
From the money to the pictures, everything is
All the
cultural
fucking
warfare. It's all about, like, who can get their propaganda in front of as many eyes as possible, who wins the culture war. We're currently living through that right now here in America.
Oh, of course.
Absolutely.
We've gone back like 7 years. We're now back in the year like 2016 Gamergate, fucking like nonsensical culture war like topics of like queer people's ability to exist within a culture, or like are men and women equal. Like that shit kind of went away because we had a like general populist reasonable villain in a Donald Trump and the proto-fascist like figures that he was promoting. But now that we have Brandon again and things are like back to the neoliberalism like center point that we're all shooting for, we're back to these stupid fucking culture war topics. So like this shit's like unimportant.
It's the same things that people have been arguing about for fucking 50 years at this point.
It's unimportant,
More
yet
than
most
that.
important at the same fucking time. It exists in like both sides of the coin. And I would like to thank Zach as the like presenter of our episode for bringing such a topic
Of course.
forth before us.
It's Pride Month. Didn't know that your shape.
I was bringing my communist pride, so okay, so then it brings me to my next slide, second to last slide. What is the legacy then? What is Shay's legacy? What is Corda's legacy? What is Guerrillero Heroico's legacy?
It's a mimetic image that inspires revolution.
Yeah.
It's as solid as inspiring peace as a peace symbol. But the only difference is it's the face of a man, and it's just there to sell revolution on a $50
Right.
jacket.
And let's talk about that ethics, right?
Yeah.
Selling revolution. Is the idea of an image of revolution itself creating a revolution? Does this image inspire it that there is the connection we have with Brandalism, you know, that we can look at the golden arches and be like, I'm hungry for McDonald's, or that we can look at certain images and be like craving whatever advertisement they aspire to give us.
Whatever we're
Can we look at the image of
programmed
Shay
desire.
and think, break the chains, you know, like I want to fucking punch a Nazi right now. Like, give me something to fight about right now. Does that inspire that kind of momentum from you guys?
Under neoliberalism, yeah. Like, there's a part of me that sees an image of Che Guevara and thinks about, you know, like, yes, we do need to continue to fight against our hegemonic structure of, you know, the West and the capitalists, like, profiting upon the suffering.
Hold on, Ryan. What is the green stuff on your pizza? It looks like pickle slices.
It is basil
Are you eating-
pesto. I can tell you already.
It is pesto?
This motherfucker ordered a pizza and started eating it in the middle of the episode.
Oh, I've been watching this happen.
Whereas
then I saw the green spots. I'm like, oh my, what?
I'm
eating like a pure pesto pizza.
I'm hammered. I'm just as hammered as this motherfucker and starving to paint the picture
slice
and
of
the
pesto
no. I'm gonna get my own food. Don't worry about it. I'm making a satirical point here.
But it was more for me that you look like you're eating pickles, like a pizza of pickles.
Hey man, I need to eat something.
Yeah.
I hear it, baby.
But no. To get my 2 cents in for the bajillionth time this episode, when it comes to like neoliberalistic capitalism,
You're a millionaire by now, buddy.
where like it's only the corporate interest that gets the attention and the funding and the ability to grow and prosper. Of course, like an ideal of someone who ideologically is consistent, who talk the talk and walked the walk. It gets co-opted by brands who can make money off of that image, who can inspire that fervor in those who want better for themselves and those around them, but have no idea because they've been raised in a culture that has not taught them better on how to make that happen. Like, you are sold on the romanticized idea of a revolutionary, but you live in a world where convenience and the ability to get your treats as cheaply and as quickly as you want is too fucking convenient to actually take the actions of the person who is highlighted by the red Soviet star on the back of your green military fatigue jacket that capitalizes.
Something cool about that, right? That green
Hey,
jacket
Zach,
screams
hey, Zach,
like
do you-
Latin jungle. You know what I'm saying?
Do you remember the 90-year-old guy who comes in to the co-op? I mean, I know it's been a
Oh,
while,
yeah.
but the guy who'd come in with a fucking star beret and he has a walker. Sometimes,
Yes.
Taylor, you and I will see him on our way to Chevron. Because he
Fair-
walks
yeah,
up and
yeah,
down,
yeah.
and down that street.
The one person in a neoliberalist hellscape that actually is somewhat ideologically consistent in all aspects of their life, because neoliberalism and consumerism and the fact that like we get all of our treats as quickly and as cheaply as we want inherently makes us hypocrites.
Absolutely.
I'm just as
Absolutely,
guilty
comrade.
as anyone listening to this podcast. I love my treats. I want them as quickly and as cheaply as I can get them. And despite the fact that I know better, that like the slower and the more expensive my treats are, the better it is for people who are just like me worldwide. And that's basically what neoliberalism, that's its most effective like propaganda machine, of the fact of like your life is as cheap and as convenient and as easy as it possibly can be through the exploitation of people who you will never have to know about, so you can continue to live in the ignorance that you do.
So, Gorda, if we want to talk about his legacy, I wouldn't be making a slideshow about this guy if he was well known. If he was like a Michael Jordan of, the photography game in Cuba, we wouldn't be having a slideshow of me enlightening people about his existence.
Is that him holding the original negatives?
It is.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very good image.
So, due to nationalization in Cuba under Castro's rule, his privately owned photo, company had to close shop. Everything became nationalized, so there was only a certain amount of photography companies that could be open for publication, and his was not the one. He ended up working for the state and then doing underwater photography for a long time.
Well, everyone finds a new hobby.
Someone's gotta help James Cameron out. He's the bravest pioneer.
Well, sometimes you
Someone
feel
has to tell James Cameron 9/11 happened.
well, I've been the best photographer on 2 feet. I might as well be in a drone or underwater or
I mean, yeah, like
I'll do
once
high speed shit.
a good example of this would be the guy that made Tetris.
Yeah, exactly.
Who got a
His
taste
art belonged to the state.
through Nintendo. Like his art belonged to the state, but through Nintendo and the collapse of the Soviet Union, got to get a piece of the pie that it's hard to argue that he wasn't deserving of because he created it. There's a happy medium in between. I fucking hate to be both sides Andy in this situation, because I do.
Well, I'll tip the scales here. So, like the guy who invented Tetris, he then got his notoriety and he got his name out there. And I believe at some point he was able to finally get $1 for his game that he created.
Thanks
Whereas
to a capitalist
Corda-
from Nintendo.
Corda never gave him a cent. He never got a cent for his image. In fact, he never even got money for the camera he shot the image with, which was sold at auction in 2016 for $20,000 United States. So in all identifications of this art, he got nothing from it. And if that matters to you, then there's really no legacy to be told, right? This seems like an American nightmare where we want to like be able to get a cent, squeeze something out of what we do. Well, we're able to create, even if it's by luck, even if it's when preparation meets timing equals luck kind of thing.
The ability to capitalize on an instance.
Exploitation is more the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
Like you're exploiting somebody's image and ideals for your own profit in a different way.
Yeah.
Much like Cuba was for fucking sugar.
Mm-hmm.
And then
So
500
Corda
years-
didn't, on all accounts, didn't require any of this motivation, whatever you'll call it. I like greed. I like to call it like notoriety. I like to call it fame. I like to call it a lot of different things that motivate people, and even an artistic balance. This want to achieve the next thing is to be known, right?
Not even notoriety
He was fulfilled.
was enough to like force him to profitize his work. To middle America,
To break the idea of his communist beliefs, to try to create revenue off of this thing that was for the revolution and for the state. And he was fulfilled by his duty, that he was satisfied with just being able to have that image being spread, that the message of Che, if people had to ask, what does this mean? What is this about? And they had to tell people about Che and how he was fought for this, fought for that. He was fulfilled by the message being spread. And of course, we saw his line he drew, where Smirnoff tries to advertise alcohol with his stuff. He's okay with the T-shirts. He's okay with the bumper stickers.
I am very
He's
curious.
okay with
like,
backpacks.
okay with so much merchandise, and then once the Smirnoff thing happened, he went like, okay, I'm going to take one of these bastards to court and see what can happen.
But yes, but I still believe that he had a different relationship with this image than he would of one he set out to take. As we looked at with his slides, which was like 10 hours ago, when we looked at all the images in his roll of film, it's not the one he went there to take. It's the one he walked away with that became the most iconic. It was voted most iconic image in the world by like the Maryland Institute of Technology or something like that. And it was so his relationship of like, I just so happened to be the fisherman that caught that fish that ended up being the greatest dish for all the kingdom to enjoy. He takes the stance of being just the interpreter of the information that was given. And I feel like that is the most Marxist kind of like stance you can take while being an artist. So you can see yourself in the argument of labor, being a laborer for communism. And you can see yourself being the arguer of being a part of government for communism, Marxism. But you can't really talk about many influences of the art perspective. Being the propaganda creator for a Marx revolution, you don't understand where you fit in on that society. And I feel like Corda found and set a ground for people to create, to be a part of a situation and to create this incredible path for artistic people to be a part of a revolution without having to be the labor union, without having to be the government union, without having to be the railroad workers, things like that. How you fit in and how you repay the society by not taking a dime for anything that you've done creates quite a legacy for me. That I, as a photographer, have taken images of album covers that are now about to go gold. And I don't seek more financial gain from that because I believe that my image being circulated and seen by other people is its own reward. And Corda was obviously a pioneer of that in the age of in the age of photography. And something I related well with him by reading his bio and how he felt like he's just in the right place at the right time. But he put himself in these right places at the right time. And that's something I connected with. Well, I put myself in these same situations and I feel that my reward is being there and being a part of those situations. So then the fate and the legacy of Che. Che is somebody that died at the hands of the Bolivian state. And we've talked about this. We all got to this really early in the episode, that he is a martyr, right? For the communist socialist state, that he died at the hands of the state now, that we know. And of course, that is the ultimate price to pay against government, is to die at the hands of government in a blatant way.
To interrupt
George
you, Zach,
Floyd. George Floyd is a martyr for police brutality against, black African American people, right?
The greatest,
and he will be that image for a while.
And the greatest example of a martyr is Jesus Christ, who is a martyr of the state violence of the Roman Empire.
Absolutely.
Like you're 100% on track. I am purely speaking up and interrupting.
Everyone loves a martyr,
just to reinforce your point that
especially a martyr that doesn't.
We love an image of a martyr, whether it be for a socio-economic issue, whether it be for a political issue, whether it be for a nationalistic issue or a cultural issue.
Because it shows that somebody set the bar. Somebody set a point where we need to talk about how wild this person's behavior created such a ripple in time.
It's
and
the
everything.
keystone upon which the rest of the building is founded upon. Like we have here in America, where the same stone that started, the executive building back in Pennsylvania has made its way through the War of 1812 and the White House being burned down to the White House being built again as the keystone of the White House. It is the
second city,
the ground and the foundation upon which this entire cultural socioeconomic philosophy is built. And artists have a rare opportunity to lend their vision, their voice, their perspective into that. And we have the instance of someone who was right place, right time, whose interpretation of that particular moment became such an iconoclastic symbol of what that movement is when it's boiled down to its most base elements of, in the case of a Che Guevara, someone who believes upon equality and egalitarianism, that if everyone is given the same base of opportunity as one another, that that is our best step forward into what the future can become. That if everyone's given an opportunity, we're going to go much farther than those who have all of the privilege be giving all the opportunity, as opposed to, those who have no privilege being given no opportunity. If you level that playing field, we as a whole globally will go much further.
Absolutely. So earlier I brought to our attention Che's attention to the image that had been taken. And of course, he would not know how globalized it would become, that it would spread through Europe, that it would originate in Cuba, that it would become this symbol globally of revolution and change and guerrilla warfare. Do you guys have any different opinions on that now, that he may have influenced his own martyrdom? Would he have been influenced to be more true to his cause, knowing that I don't know that there's this image of him that can
and I'm going to totally hang myself out to dry on this one. It reminds me of how, and apologies for anybody who loves history, it reminds me how I felt when I learned about who John Connor was in Terminator 2. Where he's just a kid and he doesn't really do a whole lot, but everybody hypes him up as he did these things. He did these oh so important things, and he's a figurehead and everything else. And the more I learn about the human of Che Guevara, I go this is the guy? I mean, he didn't commit any atrocities.
Exactly.
Anything big, he didn't.
He's not a Chairman Mao. He's not a Stalin.
No,
He's not a,
just
a
person.
Hitler.
Sorry,
But
dude.
an image clicks sometimes with the zeitgeist, and there you go. You have your bearded individual with a beret with a red star on it, and that's the symbol of revolution.
You're
You
right.
know,
You're
you know,
absolutely
sometimes
right. Like,
collective human consciousness through time creates that.
and to sound as if, to play devil's advocate for who I have been this entire episode, did people die potentially at Che Guevara's order that may or may not have deserved it? Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Whether it be in Cuba or in Libya, or not Bolivia, Bolivia. Sorry,
Not Libya.
Taking some influence from my own fucking episode and bringing it in here, but yes, any historical figure is going to be.
That's how you make an omelet, baby.
Is never going to be moralistically pure. In any way, shape, or form. That is just how politics work. Everyone exists within a gray area, and you hope that it is a lighter shade of gray than it is a darker shade of gray. And Che Guevara does not escape that whatsoever. And do I not think that he is a worthy, symbol of revolution? No, I do. I think that this is a guy who walked the walk, to borrow an extremely common Western boomer phrase. This is a dude who believed what he believed, and when the rubber met the road, regardless of the actions that he and those who were subordinate to him undertook in Cuba, when it became
He's not the
necessarily
word.
ideologically inconsistent for him to maintain his position under Fidel Castro, the guy went on to where the next revolution was, which is the best that you can ask of a human being in historical perspective,
He's
because
the
they're
Johnny Appleseed of overthrowing dictators. He just sort of went from one, go to another.
He did, and even then, Johnny Appleseed's folklore, who is viewed from the perspective of only good, and you can't view any human who's existed on that level of geopolitical influence in that way, because everyone is going to have shades of white and gray, good and evil.
Well, of course, everyone's human,
for what they
Taylor. I
did,
mean, even
yeah.
people that have grand influence on the geopolitical culture at the time. Lee Harvey Oswald is just a dweeb who didn't know if he wanted to live in Russia or not.
And who had some legitimate reasons to maybe pop that head, even though it wasn't maybe the best idea.
Yeah. But I mean, or a Gabriello Princip for your World War One. But regardless,
Sirhan.
Yeah, Sirhan. I try to imagine the world, though, and this is me playing devil's advocate, Zach and Taylor.
Double devil's advocate in that room.
Double devil's advocate. A world where we get the it's Gaddafi instead of Che.
We absolutely could
we just have that image of that's what revolution is. That's what sticking it towards the colonial powers is
And it was for both of these men.
Absolutely, in the same way.
There was some very negative things that
or a Saddam Hussein,
Well, yeah, I've wondered that too. It's it mentioned that he is getting the notoriety of somebody grander than a king or a president or a czar, and because he walked the walk and talked the talk, the boomer expression, he is able to be so powerful even outside of fashion and pop culture referencing him. He is still claims to be he is still an icon of revolution, right? And I wondered right place, right time. If somebody else would be the Venezuelan dictator Hugo Chavez, if it was Hugo Chavez with two pistols, hanging out, would that be as much gain as much notoriety as something like this would? Because Hugo Chavez is, himself a man of flaws and corruption and what have you. But Che Guevara, is it the right person was captured the right image at the right time to be the right image for the right cause? or in left cause, in grand perspective, but is it a case of circumstance after circumstance after circumstance of so many moons and stars aligning for this thing to be in the cultural zeitgeist?
It's lightning in a bottle. Sometimes right person, right place, right time creates a physical movement, a political movement, an artistic movement. Sometimes, and it's something that isn't. You can look at the history spreading out before it, and what led all these factors to lead up to an image of Che Guevara that ends up being the image that everybody knows. And it's sort of a more than an image of a man. It's an image of
a class of people.
Yeah,
It's an image.
It's an image of a revolt.
People rising against. It is
A picture is worth 1,000 words, but there are 1,000 good fucking words about this one. Sort of a deal.
Well, if we look at constant
And we've
oppressors
put
throughout
that
history,
meaning to
it has been
it.
clean shaven, clean tight hair. So this person in the image here represents someone unkept to a degree, right? And that I feel like is a symbolism of a class of society that has usually been under the boot of the people that are clean shaven, nice dressed. This person is.
You have a point there, Zach. In American history, there has never been a American president that has had facial hair since the invention of the safety
Thank you.
razor. Ever since razors were made to a point where you couldn't possibly potentially cut your own fucking throat shaving unless you're a real fucking idiot. No American president from that point forward, this is roughly the 1920s to a century of precedent now in America, where no American president has had facial hair. So
Wow.
there is something about the counter Western imperialism that comes with a century of American clean-shaven presidents with a guy who has not only a beard, but a beard that's growing in naturally, a patchy
Yes.
beard, a beard as God intended it be, not with any tonics, not with any rolling little pokey devices,
Yeah.
not with any hair plugs. That is the beard that God intended Che Guevara to have.
This is so
And that
natural,
runs
baby.
so continents to a world where we've had a century of American presidents who are bald and baby-faced despite the fact that God intended them to have some amount of facial hair.
Also, it's coming in an era where we're so fucking used to evil mustache equals a dictator of
Yeah.
some sort.
Oh yeah.
So getting
yeah,
a
the
mustache,
mustache dictator era.
getting a mustache, beard, heavy mutton chops look
Western
in there
imperialist propaganda.
definitely
yeah.
mixes it up, so it doesn't make you immediately think dictator. It makes you
Lenin had a mustache. Stalin had a mustache.
It makes you think
Hitler had a
hippie,
mustache.
grassroots. all that
Was
shit.
Benny Moose was he clean shaven?
I believe he had a mustache of some sort. He may have been clean shaven,
Who?
but
Benny Moose?
Benito Mussolini.
Oh, I think Mussolini was clean shaven, but Italian fascism is weird because the Italians are weird. We already went over this in this podcast.
Yeah, we have talked about the Italians quite a bit already. Okay, so boys, I have one final slide. I feel like we've talked a lot about the image. We've covered so much about it. So this is kind of my send the crowd home happy, okay? So there's one lawsuit we didn't talk about, and it was one against
The Raspberry Reich?
movie called The Raspberry Reich.
Yikes.
Yes.
Is this Gay Nazis, the movie? It says
How did you know?
hilarious.
How did you know?
Hey, they pulled my
That is
Fox
the-
quote.
that's-
Hilarious.
That's the only critic review we have. It's just one word of hilarious.
And it looks like it won some awards in the top
And
corner.
we do know that it's a Bruce LeBruce film. If I can
LeBruce,
read that correctly.
That is the main character of our slide.
Is it?
In the top here, it says the revolution is my boyfriend. So
What the fuck?
this was a movie And, it never said anywhere explicitly that this is a pornographic flick. I just had to assume this is a pornographic flick.
Pornographic flick.
So this was made in 2005, 4 years after Corda's death, 38 years after Guevara's death. So Bruce LaBruce was sued by the estate of Corda for the use of Guerrillero Heroico's usage in the film The Raspberry Reich. The lawsuit, again, was filed in France because it was premiered in France, or it was shown in France, so they had a case that it could not be used in this thing under the moral
teacher.
law.
Hands are up over here. I'm sorry to interrupt you for a moment. Could you give me some context on what this film is about, please?
Well, yeah, did it include just images of from that photographer?
Gentlemen, I don't want, until this morning, I didn't look into anything above the poster, okay? And then I thought, can I find the image of Shay in this film? And I did.
Okay.
And I'm not happy about it.
Okay, please.
The image is a blown-up portrait of him on a wall with only images I could find were of nude men alongside this gigantic blown-up image of Che Guevara.
Yeah.
Okay? And so I don't know what the movie is about, but I know that the bedroom the bed is up against a blown up image of Che Guevara. So I'm guessing in any time Hanky Panky is taking place in this movie,
with
Che Guevara's image is in sight the whole time.
Which is Shay just looking disapprovingly at whatever Hanky Panky's going on in the room around him.
And this leads
Maybe
into
not
the quote
disapprovingly.
from Bruce LaBruce. While Bruce LaBruce was being interviewed in a documentary called Make Porn, Not War, another clue why I thought this was a pornographic film, he is quoted with saying, about the lawsuit, they argued mostly that we demeaned or defiled the image of Shay, although I didn't really intend on having a hot porn star jerk off onto a blown up of Shay image to be demeaning at all. More of an homage, really. I just figured everyone else in the world was jerking off to this image, so I might as well show it literally.
I'm with Bruce on this.
I'm with
And
these
I didn't
art
watch
lawyers.
this movie to find out if that's what occurs, but I'm taking Bruce's word for it.
I'm with him on this, man. I'm not with Corba on this one. I've been with him the whole fucking time.
Oh, same. I'm agreeing with Taylor
but
on
I'm
that.
not.
Well,
with,
it was the estate. It was the estate of Corda.
Granted, the use of the word Reich is a little inflammatory by Bruce
But at the
squared,
same- at the
but
s- at the-
Bruce the Bruce.
But at the same time, that's getting angry at the packaging when you accidentally eat a bolt in some breakfast cereal. You got to get to the problem at
You eat
hand.
some
It
shrimp
doesn't. It
and
doesn't
some
matter
Cinnamon
what the
Toast Crunch.
packaging has. It doesn't matter what the name is. I'm with Bruce on this because as long as you have art and artistic movements and things like that and different viewpoints on celebrity, you will always have the antithesis of that. You will have the anti-art. You will have other things that are parody. And I'm not calling the Che Guevara thing or this Raspberry Reich movie of it.
Yeah.
As long as something exists and is out there in the zeitgeist, somebody's gonna fucking jack off to it in some dumb fucking art movie. Sure.
I mean,
Why not?
It can be an incredibly
Open and shut case. You're doing your own art.
It can be an incredibly apropos metaphor, but I'm at least with I guess maybe the perhaps most simplistic middle of the road analogy of this. So no one's equal until we're all equal. That there is no equality until there is equality for everyone. Because a lot of these revolutions of the 20th century tended to ignore a lot. They were more on the socioeconomic scale, they were more economic focused rather than sociologically focused. In terms of people of the same class, there should be one class and everyone's equal. Ignoring that the people within that one unified class may have some differences on who it is that they love and who and what it is they choose to do within the privacy of their own personal lives. So I view it as a sort of like a continuation of like, every art has like the next generation of artist who like pushes it forward and continues to like develop that particular brand. Like grunge music was sort of being super like Northwest focused, being from here. Grunge was sort of like the next iteration of punk music, which was then like the next iteration of rock music, which was sort of the next iteration of, like blues music, which was not hyper corporate and what was being sold at the time, and like what was being genuinely created by like the common man. I would view what Bruce the Bruce here has made would be like the next step in the process.
Maybe that's Bruce the Bruce.
Like we've maybe potentially ideologically addressed the economic side of things. Let's address the socio side of things in the socioeconomic system in which we are trying to implement globally. And using
I don't know.
a term
It sounds like
know.
someone was jerking off onto an image.
It
of
just
Shay,
sounds
and I
like
think,
it's somebody's
that
jerking
might
off
be a
onto
little,
an image.
like, overboard.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the South Park movie made fun of Brian
Boitano, the gay figure skater.
Yeah, don't fucking matter. It's something. It's a reference in somebody else's piece of
Or
art.
Neon Genesis Evangelion's movie, where you immediately murder your only like pure character from the series of the cartoon by having him jack off over the incapacitated body of one of his allies.
There's
a shock value in that by adding the word
Same.
Reich to your title.
Oh, absolutely. Reich is the Shinji
Like an
jacking off and all.
Yes, that is the metaphor I'm trying to commute.
You're drawing, when it comes to your world of art movies, I kind of go and anything goes, and I know that 99% of an art movie is not going to connect with me. But at the same time, I'm like, fuck yeah, I don't care. You're jacking off on a fucking Che Guevara painting. Go for it. Even learning about this man and his history and the importance of the image. The image is just that. It is important, but at the same time, it is just an image. It's become such a zeitgeist. Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm on this weird fence where I'm like, the man and his ideas are on one side, and there's a completely separate commercial side of this.
Mm-hmm. There's an evolution.
It could have been anybody's face. It could have been the guy he only took one picture of. Sideburns McGee. It could have been that guy. That could have been that
Cuban
image.
Nick Offerman, rather than
and
Paul
that
Dessart.
man would not have lived up to the expectations of the
Hey
image.
guys, I'm just
right?
here to remind you that throughout the revolution, we should not drink our water around electronics and other computer devices. We've already had to replace
seriously, guys,
3.
it makes them just like not function, and that's like really bad. We have to send the techs out.
It really
to
creates a
reconfigure
trip
the
hazard
electronics.
when you spill your juice in the hallway.
Honestly, like limit 2 pancakes per person at the opening
Yes,
brunch,
yes,
okay,
yes.
people? Like the
It could've been
bacon's
that
not for
guy.
everybody, okay?
And we all wouldn't think different about a movie called The Raspberry Reich with somebody jacking off on.
Yeah. What's the difference, I
Cuban
guess, right?
Nick Offerman, yeah. But it's weird. This is a good episode, Zach. I apologize.
You like it?
Have you looked at a time? What we're
at 4.5 hours,
We're at
guys.
4.5 hours on this.
And to be super pretentious as well.
Unfazed 4.5
Yeah,
hours.
Taylor on face goes into explaining something.
What Bruce LeBruce says, having just recently Googled it, there's a quote that I'm reminded of when it comes to some like the next generation. Like Marx wrote what he wrote, and then Lenin took that shit and ran with it, and it became like global communism. And it reminds me of a quote from Sir Isaac Newton, and it is if I seem to see further than others, it's only because I stand upon the shoulders of titans. It's the fact that like the base layer has been laid for me, and like that's done, and now it's up to me to take the ball and run with it. And that's what I see with something like the Raspberry Reich. It's highly obviously inflammatory. You have gay imagery right on the cover. You've included the word Reich, which is inherently inflammatory.
There's a lot of gun stuff too, from what I've witnessed
Lot of
from
gun
the screenshots
stuff?
I saw.
Are we
a lot of
talking
gun
guns
stuff.
like muscles or guns like pew
No,
pew?
like pew pews.
Wow.
Like pew pews.
It's an inherently inflammatory piece of work. It is agitprop, to use that phrase once again, in action. But it is, it is building upon what the base layer has been. So regardless of whether Marx or Lenin or a Che Guevara would have felt about, the LGBTQ struggle, and how that may or may not have fit within the like square pegs of the round hole of a communist revolution and governance, it is an important piece, and it is the next step in the philosophy of egalitarianism.
We've all kind of at least discovered throughout this that the image of Che, and we all knew it in our hearts of hearts all along, that it's just shorthand for revolution. It's an emoji in essence for revolution.
That's a great way to put it. Yes,
Y-
it's
you
something super complex that's been boiled down to just a
Just
one
it's,
word, not monosyllabic.
Just one
but,
bad posterized image, and we all get it. And
it's up to the viewer of the content to interpret now what has been absolutely boiled the shit out of and homogenized into a one-word encapsulation of an idea to be what they perceive from that. So that those who, when you boil a human existence into the one word of revolution, there's going to be people who that evokes hope and a sense of action out of, and there'll be people that evoke dread, fear, anger, and also a sense of action out of in an entirely antithetical direction.
It can be used in all sorts of antithetical directions. It can be used as a negative stereotype towards somebody. You want to have something from the perspective of fuck those anarchists, fucking pinko commie kids that are in the universities these days. They'll find somebody with a fucking Che Guevara shirt or some shit like that because it's shorthand. And the shorthand for me, it's and I assume for everybody as a whole, it's complex.
Immensely.
The shorthand is immensely complex, and it's more complex the more you look into it. But at the same time,
it was hard to trim this down into a digestible situation.
Jesus,
'Cause, there's the
Christ,
Cuban
Zach.
Revolution. There's Che Guevara. I could talk about Fidel Castro for an hour, just to set up his perspective on all this. It's there's so much to talk about.
I having incorporated Muammar Gaddafi into my Toyota War episode that was recorded.
It's
right before this.
how do I find the barriers of this guy?
There's
that
just
is so notorious.
There's too much content for one person to possibly go over, and inherently as a person who I'm just inherently too ignorant. I haven't dedicated the time necessary to go through this with authority and nuance. So I'm 100% on board with you when it comes to a topic like this, Zach, but I think you did it very well.
More props to you. You picked a big topic.
You fostered
Thank you.
you fostered a conversation around
then, that's
subject.
what, because I know, and I chose between Argentinian Doctor as the title or the title of the, image. Guerrillero Heroico. Because I wanted to throw you guys off. That's what I aspire so hard with these slides, is to throw you off from what I'm going to tell you about. And I need to set up where we're going without having you and you guys even talked about Che Guevara in the second slide. It was incredible. You saw an image of Fidel Castro.
Hand up,
T-shirt guy.
that's my facial
wait,
blindness.
No, that's Che Guevara.
It's also...
And I'm like, no! They already know where we're going!
At the base level, you knew your audience. When it came to the first audience that we'll ever see, this is me and Ryan.
Yeah.
And so you knew your audience, and you curated a presentation for us. Once again, Zach, great job on this episode, man.
Thank you, bud. It's actually been over the course of like 5 days, or like whenever I first text you guys that I could have it done.
It's a good fucking rabbit hole, because honestly, like, you expect you're gonna get a history lesson about the man and not about the image. Why we know as simpletons who a Che Guevara is. Guevara?
Che Guevara.
Guevara?
Yeah, Guevara.
I'm no good at this. I never learned.
I'm not
Hey,
either.
for $300 Patreon listeners, you can teach me how to speak. I'll go to speech
And
therapy.
then Taylor gets to speech on how to write. I'm reading your speaking, and he's writing.
For a few $1,000s, you can send my ass back to Scotland so I can become even more anti-imperialist.
But
But that's
wild.
what Che was all about, was anti-imperialism. And, you know, he died for that idea. And I think his name still lives on in some sort of, like... It's genuine still kind of with the cause. It does get bastardized. It does get washed down. But if you are to look up... If you are to do a simple Google search of the Che Guevara image... You learn about the person. It is not so disconnected what you were saying about what I was saying about like Zapruder. You were saying about like a Google search of some, I forgot what it was, but to like water it down further. This is not a watered down image. It's just a surface level image that can be scrubbed away, and then behind that dirt you find the true essence of the image. And to note that, for us all now to know that it is wholesome from creator, distribution, and subject. All of these things fit the profile. It's not like we're taking an image of Taylor Swift and we're creating this image of feminism. And we're saying, this is our image of feminism. Taylor Swift, all flaws we take, she is our image of that. We're taking Che Guevara, who is essentially a pure image of revolution and guerrilla warfare and Latin America jungles.
by
He
a
is that
photographer
person.
who believed in the
And
revolution.
That's honestly, Corba
By-
becomes the true hero of the whole series whatsoever, because like no one died at the order of this photographer. Like, without the subject of his photography, there's no photographer to talk about. But,
Absolutely.
like, the photographer himself, like, not only did he capture the image of this complicated historical figure, to put it lightly, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, don't get me wrong, I would probably weigh Che Guevara more positively than negatively in the scale of like people who have that level of socioeconomic political influence. But like the photographer is something that we really, really, really like in the neoliberal West, which is someone who's been ideologically consistent the entire way through, even if their ideology runs countenance to everything that we are taught to believe within our society about like how it's all about accumulation of wealth and taking care of those who are closest to you, and that's it. That's all life is about. Fuck everyone else. It's just about you and those that you have deemed worthy of benefiting from your success. We have this photographer
Well, yeah.
who was
You have this art piece, and everything else is built up from the best intentions and the truest, most genuine intentions from everybody. But also, over the course of 50 years, this is something that you can get on a coffee cup.
Yeah, the art
At
itself,
a Spencer's Gifts.
The art itself was bastardized, but the artist never was.
No, exactly. It makes it
The most
weird.
succinct way I can think
Yeah.
of to like surmise everything was
Well, it's true then that it's put in our hands to be delicate with this product. And, from what we've all talked about here, is that we are not capable of preserving in the public hands this genuine image, right?
It's almost
but if
like
we were
the
to
viewer-
dive deeper into it, we find that it's pure in heart, right? It just takes a little bit of looking into. But as consumers, I mean, we're all pardon, we are all guilty of being consumers in America and perpetuating products that don't need to be products. They need to be ideals, and they need to be shaped in a certain way. But we are not delicate with those honors, and we're not delicate with those pieces of art. So I think this is a prime example of like give it to the people, which is interesting. Communism being for the people, that it's give it to the people and let them be deciding of what happens to this image and what we've seen. What our first interpretation of this image was coming to this slideshow was like, oh, the Spencer's gift wallet with the chain. Oh, the beanie I could buy from AliExpress.
the
for like
red
5 cents.
the red T-shirt with the black image of a Che Guevara that was so ubiquitous. I bought myself a knockoff fucking T-shirt of it at like a corner
In high
street
school?
open air market in Harlem. When I made a trip to Manhattan as like a fucking white country suburbanite on a
You're like, fuck
on a
yeah,
trip.
I'm in New York, baby.
I-
I need to get something that says
The
"Fuck
Cultural
you,
Revolution
government."
is here.
It was Bruce Lee too. It was just the fact that like I
Oh,
was
right,
a
right,
white
right.
trash karate kid who like grew to appreciate Bruce Lee and what he had like brought to that culture. Without necessarily fully understanding like the Che Guevara thing. Like I understood that when I bought this white shirt with a black screen print of a Bruce Lee figure, that like it was lampooning something. I just didn't necessarily understand what it was. But it was cool, and it was kind of leftist for the Che Guevara thing, which I subconsciously kind of knew. But it had a pop culture figure that I could wrap my mind around at that age, and so I bought the shirt, even though it was just like a fully capitalistic lampooning reprint commoditization of what was like a socially funded revolutionarily focused art.
There is the line there that what I was saying with the Jay-Z thing is there is a line between being bourgeois and being, capitalistic. And I think even Corda was capitalistic by opening up his own private, Photoshop and doing commissioned works for advertisement and things like that. But there's a degree that even communist socialists agree with, that not everything has to be for the state, but maybe excess or human rights have to be first for the state, and then we can do surplus outside of that.
Socialism is
And-
not when no money. It is when one person isn't capable of hoarding all of the wealth for themselves without contributing anything to the infrastructure that allowed them to hoard such a great amount
And so I
of
only
capital.
bring this up because, I'm on TikTok a lot, and I think people bash anti-capitalist ideas because they believe that socialism is without any capitalism.
Socialism
or
is
that
when no
communism
house,
is
no
without.
car, no money, no PS5, no
the
iPhone.
the constant argument of the communism mean no iPhone, and it's like it's not a gotcha. It's these things can both exist at the same time, but one thing means that everybody is equal to that product, and one thing means only the people who are privileged enough to grab this product can get it. And the quality, the wheel was never capitalized on, and everybody gets to thrive because of it. So, anyway, guys, This is my episode
It's a good one.
on
Love it,
Che
buddy.
It's
Guevara,
a big one.
Guerrillero Heroico. I have been trying to pronunciate that well this whole time, and I don't think I've still got it. And, the legacy of an image. I truly tried to start this image off in my mind with images we forget are images because they've just been encapsulated in the zeitgeist. And I couldn't... my mind just could not focus on a way to wrap that together. Like, I couldn't think of another example of something that is, iconic that was originally, aside from like Campbell's, that was recreated by
Warhol.
Jabroni McJabroni.
Yeah.
Andy Warhol.
Weird,
Nerd dude.
weirdo McNerd brain.
Weirdo Mc bad Polaroid guy. And I couldn't think of any other thing that is so encapsulated except for even the pirate flag. The pirate flag too.
Oh yeah.
Is
We
like
don't
a very
think about
iconic
it,
image.
The Jolly Roger.
But
Yeah.
but even the pirate flag, in a scope of time, the Jolly Roger, could be misinterpreted for like a site of dead bodies, a graveyard, right? It represents something, but it doesn't represent perfectly what it is. Whereas the image of Che Guevara, I think, forever, as long as we're conscious, as long as we're sentient human beings, Homo sapiens, we will recognize as an image of power. At the very, very minimum, power. Whether it be somebody on top of, if the image represents power above or power below, it will always represent an economic struggle, a sociological struggle. It will be forever an image humanity relates to. And that's the period on the slideshow.
Love it.
Love it.
Love you.
Woo, you did good.
Great episode.
Woo, take yourself a victory lap.
Probably-
Run to San Antonio and back.
The most and least specific episode we've done so far, where like you really boil it down to like one person, one moment, where the event happened, but overall it is insanely all-encompassing of the ramifications of that moment in time. And I mean, maybe it's apropos of the fact that like you kicked this project off with your Mike Cameron episode,
And I love that
inspiring
one
us.
so much,
So
man.
good.
Inspiring us to like get off our asses and make our slides and everything like that.
And I love this idea too, because it's like it gives each and every one of us the power to navigate a conversation we want to have, right? Like, how many times have we been in a circle and wanting to talk about something and just like, but it also gives us the opportunity to research things, right? And to take you down a trail of thought and of storytelling. Like this, all this is stories, right? It's just storytelling. I could tell you, I could have navigated this as to like Fidel Castro and his big, huge, awesome guy, Che Guevara. And then this photo was taken of him. And then Che Guevara, oh, how much he's promoted and everything. Like, I could have never talked about the photographer whatsoever. But I decided I saw things about the photographer that I liked, added it to the story, and it creates this new perspective on how the story of that image is told. This image the story could be told, when Fitzpatrick found that image, he had no idea who created it. He had no idea it had been through two different people before he got it, and he created his own image of it.
Yeah.
I'm Zach. If y'all want to find me on the social medias, I'm at my social media tags here. Ryan.
Hi, I'm Ryan. I'm not on social media because I'm a ghost that lives in your walls.
I'm Taylor Roberts. I'm at Railer Toberts. Hey, you take the first letters,
Whoa.
you switch them around. That's what I'm at on Twitter. That's kind of the only social media that I consume for the time being. It's a hellscape nightmare, but I'm going down with the ship.